It takes two to dance. Gather together in our effort to unmask cancer. Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable Dare to Dream event.
Thanksgiving is upon us, and we all have something to be grateful for. Visit fixedopscares.org or scan the QR code on your screen and make a donation to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Our next panel is excited to talk about selling prepaid maintenance programs. Please welcome Neil Brennan from Vanguard Dealer Services with Tully Williams and Ed Roberts.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. A very timely topic is the one we're about to cover. It is selling prepaid maintenance. And nobody better than the gentlemen who are here on the screen today. They are Tully Williams from the Nilo Group, Ed Roberts from Bozard Ford Lincoln, and Neil Brennan from Vanguard Dealer Services. Gentlemen, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted. Glad to be here.
Thank you, Ted.
Thank you, Ted.
So, Tully, I figure I start today with you. Why do prepaid maintenance programs make sense, and why now, Tully?
So here's what we need to start. What business are we in? We're in repeat and referral business. And if we want to be in repeat and referral business, we must be in the maintenance business. And if you're not in the maintenance business, you're not in repeat and referral. So our goal is how do we drive more maintenance in your store? It starts in the F&I department, selling the value of prepaid maintenance. Get that relationship built in when they come in. Selling recommendations, we'd sell our family members, showing them the green on the inspection, showing them the video of their car, showing the value of our dealership. So they will never, ever want to leave.
Tully, is that a big part of your strategy? I mean, not just now, but looking forward into the near future.
100%. If you're going to stay in business, you must be in the maintenance business. So our job is one, do we incentivize our F&I managers to sell prepaid maintenance? Because it's not a profitable center. Yes, we do, and as you should. And the next is, do you actually have your service advisors selling prepaid maintenance to their customers? Yes, we do. Especially with some manufacturers like our BMW store, we sell 50 to 100 contracts a month in the service drive to drive that repeat and referral. The thing about prepaid is one, setting them up when they purchase the car. Two, how do you keep that live in the service drive for the life of the vehicle? Prepaid maintenance is a must.
You know, it's rare, Tully, that somebody comes in who runs a dealer organization who's come up through the fixed ops department, and that's our friend Ed Roberts in St. Augustine. Ed, why prepaid maintenance and why now?
Well, we all are chasing retention. And like Tully says, we're in a repeat and referral business. And the easiest way to have a repeat business is to make it seamless and effortless for our customers. And we can prepare them for that. Then it becomes easier for them to budget for and whatever else. And with BEVs coming along, the retention element is that much more heightened, because ultimately those cars don't need the same amount of service as an ICE vehicle. They don't have to have oil changes. So they're going to need service, but at a much less rate. And we got to find ways to make sure that we're driving them back in and giving and keeping it seamless. And for us, we capitalize on that a lot with mobile as well. That ties to it where it really becomes effortless for our customers.
And Ed, you and I were just on a segment that you did with Doug Eero from Longo Toyota. And I almost fell out of my chair when he told you and I that last month they sold 1,000 prepaid maintenance agreements at Longo Toyota on the service drive, Ed.
Absolutely. What a great mind there with Doug. But yes, selling prepaid maintenance in the service drive complements what should be happening in the finance office. We should be offering it at time of sale so we can make it seamless for our customers. And then if we don't, there's our next opportunity to do it when they come back into the service drive. And then when we do that, we retain that customer in our service drive, because that contract is good at our stores, not at DiMaggio's down the road. And so then it allows them to come back into our store, and we can give them the experience that we want to give them.
Neil, you've got two of the biggest fixed ops dealers here in the country, Tully in California, Ed in Florida. Neil, you run a very large agency with Vanguard, very respected all over the United States. Neil, talk to us a little bit about why selling prepaid maintenance and why now?
Of course, I agree with my panelists. They're very excited about the prepaid maintenance program. As like I told Ted earlier, we like to call it a retention strategy for our dealers, because retention is really what makes that dealership run. And the reason for prepaid maintenance is because it gives that dealer an opportunity to do the lube oil and filters and the tire rotations that generally goes to a Jiffy Lube down the corner, one of the little gas stations, and it gives the dealership an opportunity to get those customers in for free upsells to customers they would never get a chance to if they didn't have that prepaid maintenance. Those customers would be going somewhere else to get their work done. And for me, why now more than ever is because we all know there's no inventory. Dealers have no new car inventory. For years, the gold standard for a dealer was to do one new for one used, right? And we know we do a great job on those new cars in the first 4 years, as we talked about earlier, Tully. It's easy to get those customers in, but that gold standard at 1 for 1, most dealers are probably 0.5 to 0.75 according to NADA, used to new, right? So you didn't have as many used cars to sell. Now, I wouldn't be surprised by the end of the year if it was 2 used for every 1 new. And we know that those used cars, dealerships, the national average is 70% of those customers will go to a different service facility to keep their cars serviced, where if you were offering those used car customers a prepaid maintenance from the dealership, you'd have those. If you're a Chrysler store selling Mercedes or Jaguars, you're selling any car you can get your hands on. So it's more important now than ever that a dealership has that retention strategy or that program in place for those used cars that they're selling and probably will be selling, for the next year or so before those new car inventories really get back to where they should be.
It's a great points, Neil. And Tully, talking a little bit about, some dealers have reported already, decline in, number of ROs going in. What are some of your thoughts on that?
Well, I don't really count ROs as much. I count hours. But my thing is I count customers. I count retention. Ed's spot on. We are in the repeat and referral, the retention number. If you chase any number at your store, chase hours, but chase retention. Because if your retention number is dropping, you have a serious problem. You know what? We have a struggle where we're not going to have as many new cars out there. But you know what? A used car is a new car to somebody else. I'll take every one of those. If you're thinking about retention every day, if you're thinking about your long-term every day, That's where prepaid maintenance fits right into retention so well. It doesn't fit into, when you're looking at service contracts or whatever else you're selling, but maintenance fits in. Are you looking to see your customer at least once a year? Most of our brands that we have at the Needle Company are once a year. I'm okay with once a year. I just don't want them to go anywhere else. If your retention number is not 70 plus, you have a serious problem at your store. When you look back at, go back 5-10 years ago, 50% was like, oh my God, you're 50%. 50% don't work anymore. Their stores even better than 70. Our target is 70 plus per stores, and we achieve those at some of our stores right today, and we work on that number every month.
Wow. Neil, I think that you're smart in calling it a customer retention strategy, because it is. There's a lot of benefits in doing that. And Neil, maybe the margin is not as big on a prepaid maintenance as it is on some other products. But like Tully mentioned, we're getting the customer back, and that's key.
Listen, our game plan recently has been to sit with dealers and fixed ops managers and not convince them, but show them why prepaid maintenance and preloading a 1 or 2 year maintenance on the hood of every car is less than it's going to cost them to advertise and pull a customer in, right? You're going to get the parts and service back in your service department. All you're paying is a small admin fee, right? So why don't you preload that 1 or 2 year on every car that goes over the curb, and then have an F&I department that upsells 3, 4, and 5 years, and make sure that they are getting incentivized for selling it, and make sure it becomes part of their pay plan. So you're not just giving away those first 2 years, but you're following up with 3, 4, and 5 year programs, which is really going to make customers for life for that dealer. And that's what we're all trying to do. We're trying to get customers for life. The only way you're going to do that is to have that customer coming into your dealership once or twice a year. Once you get them for 30 months plus, and they've come in there, that becomes a habit. Now, once that becomes a habit for that customer, they're coming back to your dealership. And when they come back to your dealership, they're going to buy a car from you, and the car needs to be replaced. You're going to be able to get that car in on trade-in. So it ties so much more than just parts and service. It helps them sell more cars and keep the customers for life.
Yeah. Amen. Ed, you've got some gentlemen here, and Tully, I'm thinking especially, that brought service and sales together. And Ed, you've come up through the fixed ops business. So I know your dealership has the right mindset, because Ed Roberts has the right mindset on this.
Well, let's talk about that and bring up a few dot points that really talks about the long game. And we're always trying to conquest new customers, but the best form of conquest is retention. Retain the ones that we have. When we do that, conquest becomes easier. But how do we do that? How do we retain them? Well, one, you have to be in for the long game, but two, you got to protect the brand image. And when you can protect the brand image and not send your customer down the road for somebody else to work on it, then it becomes easier to keep that customer. It becomes easier to retain them. It's just like going to In-N-Out Burger or Burger King and asking them to cook a steak. They have all the equipment back there to do it, but it's not what they do. So they have the things to be able to do it, and they could work their way through it if they needed to. It's the same way we send our customers somewhere else for them to have their vehicle service. They have the equipment to do it, but nobody knows that vehicle better than we do. So when we can put the right tools out that it brings them back into our store, then we do the right things at our store. We protect the brand image, and we protect the brand image, then we've retained that customer, and that makes conquesting that much easier.
Wow. Tully, just some of your thoughts.
Conquesting that is spot on, Mr. Ed. But you also think about this, is that if we keep that customer happy, guess what he does? He tells his friends and family to come back in and buy a car or service at our store. So one is that you've got to make sure that your retention, your CSI, your store is spot on, because the best advertising is free is when they tell their friends and family, oh, I bought my BMW from Nilo BMW or my Ford from Bozark Ford. That is the best advertising you can ever have. And how does it start? Getting those customers in the service drive and make them happy. That is where it starts. Does your service advisors realize how important every customer is? Even if there's a line a mile out, how important is every one of those customers? You have to drive that message, and it starts at the top. And God bless Ed, he's at the top, so he's making sure it happens. But does everybody at your store, from the general manager to the dealer down, Understand that retention is king, not today's sale. It's everybody's sale. It is the long-term commitment of your store to win. That's the reason why prepaid maintenance fits right in.
Tully, EVs are here. I know you're doing a lot in California. Ed, you're doing quite a bit as well. Does this fit into the strategy, with, recognizing, that EVs are here to stay?
It's even worse for the EVs. As Ed said previously, is that we do not have an oil change on an EV, right? And the issue is customers think that they don't have to do anything for that EV car. Well, I just plug it in, I drive it until it breaks, and I get a new battery. That is not the case. There's tire rotations, there's cabin filters, there's wiper blades. Getting that education out to show that we are your service center. You do not want to have someone practicing on a battery on your car. You need to get your car factory trained, serviced at the dealership. EV is even more important than an ICE car.
And Ed?
He's exactly right. The EVs, we will see a frequency rate of probably 50% of what ICE are. And I say probably because we don't know. They're not widespread out there yet. But from what they need for service, it's going to be half the rate. And if you look at that from what your frequency rate is of the core brand with ICE, we see them anywhere from 1.8 to 2.1 times a year. So let's cut that in half and say it's less than once a year or just over once a year. And we have to build a package, prepaid, preferably, that brings them back in for that alignment, for the tires, for the things that Tully just mentioned. I don't need to re-mention them, but those are things that we need to make sure they're bringing, not just an annual inspection, but give them value of what, because obviously if we reduce rolling resistance, we increase range. And so that's where the alignment comes into play. And we've gotten away from some of those things, but it's key. BEVs are going to eat through tires because of the extreme amount of torque that they have, and the weight of the vehicle. And the easier it can roll frictionless, or reduce as much friction as possible, the more range it's going to have and the longer those tires are going to last. But we have to drive that home to make sure our customer understands that, yes, it needs less service, but it still needs service.
Neil, this sounds like a conversation we got to be having with every dealer all over the country.
We haven't caught up quite yet in the East Coast there, New Jersey, New York. Guys here want to drive gasoline cars, but we know it's coming. And listen, the only thing different between an electric car and a gas-powered engine is the oil change. Really, everything else has to be done. Cars still have to be maintained. So, and you want to get those customers into your dealership, whether it's gas, electric, any type of vehicle, you want them to become part of your ecosystem, right? And once they get into your ecosystem, you don't want to let them out of that ecosystem. So the best way to do that is to get them on a prepaid maintenance program. And I'll keep going back to preloading these programs at dealerships because, Ed, you're a dealer. You know what it costs to bring a customer in to sell them a car, right? I mean, their numbers range all over the place, probably somewhere in the mid 600s to actually bring a customer in to sell them a car, usually to give it away. A prepaid maintenance program for 2 years, you're talking like $40 in admin, and then the rest of the money's coming back to your dealership. So why wouldn't a dealer want to give every customer that buys a car a reason to come back there for 1, 2? We have some that do 3 years, because the first 3 years is when you're going to make that customer your customer and make it a habit for them coming into your dealership. So we have Ted Ings come in and train them how to do that. It's a home run for everybody.
Love it. Everybody, great conversation, super timely. I want to thank Tully Williams. I want to thank Ed Roberts. And I want to thank Neil Brennan from Vanguard Dealer Services for being here today, the leader in the industry. Everyone, thank you so much on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable. And this is just the beginning of this conversation.
Thanks, Tully. Thanks, Ed. Pleasure meeting you guys.
You as well. Happy Thanksgiving.
Tully, Ed, and Neil here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
I think the class was fantastic, very hands-on, very practical knowledge that is useful to not only just the service advisors, but I think anybody involved with touch points of the service customer.
Up next is Amberly Montgomery from Naked Line Marketing, here to tell us how to effectively attract high-dollar ROs to your service drive.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Amberly Montgomery is the Growth and Development Manager at Naked Lime Marketing. This is Naked Lime's first appearance on the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Amberly, welcome to the conference.
It's a pleasure to be here, Ted. Thank you.
It's a great honor to have you. We have heard so much about Naked Lime Marketing. I got to tell you, here we are right before Thanksgiving, and service drives are busy, right? A lot of people coming in, and they're going to be getting their service work before they go on trips next week, and it doesn't seem to be slowing down, Amberly. A lot of people are talking about that, and so I know I'm wondering, do we need to be even marketing to our service customers at this point with such a busy business?
Yeah, things are very busy in all of our lives. And I think what we all look for is, are we spending it on the highest value activities? And I would say that should be the same question that you should ask of your service drive. Are you focusing on high quality, high dollar ROs instead of just trying to get all the service business that you can? Now, we want to focus on customer retention rates. And if you're sitting there thinking, I'm not sure what my retention rate is right now, there are a lot of tools out there that can help you with that. So you should know the number, because we should always be going to improve. So not only are we focusing on those high dollar ROs, making the most of our time, but we also want to continue to bring back customers, because we know that through the customer life cycle, they'll increase what they're spending with us as well. So we have products like Reynolds Advanced Service. I'm with Naked Lime, but Reynolds Advanced Service is a product that we integrate with that'll allow us to view customer retention rates. It'll allow us to view our ROs and see how we're progressing in that area. So as you're shorter on time, let tools do the work for you so that you can have a lot more time to spend on the highest value activities in your dealership.
And I agree. I think this is a very important conversation, with new vehicle sales being off as they are, due to a lot of the shortages. Okay. I think a lot of it's going to become incumbent on marketing in the fixed ops and service and parts. So I'm curious, you mentioned those high dollar ROs, and, I think our audience is all for that. How did you effectively capture those using marketing?
Yeah, there's buzzwords out there right now. You've got first-party data, you've got third-party data, but data is the root of all marketing right now. And if you aren't using data to your advantage, then you're missing out, you're wasting time, and you're wasting money. So what do we mean by this first-party and third-party data? First-party is your data. It's the data that you have on your customers. You know more about your customers than any of your competitors. And if you're not leveraging that data, organizing that data, and using that data to target those customers, then you're truly missing out on service business. So you've got people who are coming in to buy and service at your dealership. Now, we all know that those people often sell cars, they trade in cars, they might not come back to your dealership. So you've got this data that could be outdated. We have a marketing database that cleanses that data. So we do things like VIN title transfer. We check it against email address updates and change of address updates to make sure that you're not marketing to those people that no longer live or own those vehicles. So we like to fill in the gaps with some of our specialty services. And then once that data is extremely clean, we combine it with that third-party data. So market dynamics, consumer data, how search data is impacting this data as well. So once you combine those things, that data right there is very robust and powerful, allowing you to target those high dollar ROs that we talked about. So you know when a customer is in the market for a needed service. And you can tailor them with that message. In my email, I love it. My dealership knows exactly when I need my oil change, and they'll give me that 10% off because they want to make sure that they're retaining that loyalty. There's not someone at that service drive that's creating that email. That email is automatically generated based on all these signals that our database creates. So at the end of the day, it boils down to accurate first-party data and being able to clean that, a meaningful message that'll capture that audience, and then putting that message at the right time that will allow you to capitalize on that business. And in addition, I mentioned oil change, which can be a lower level, but I think the biggest place that we are missing out right now is the recommended not done. So every time I go into the service drive, I likely have other services, brakes or air filters or, engine repairs that are coming up due soon. And while I see that on the sheet, I might take that business elsewhere. However, my dealership does a great job at following up with me on those recommended not dones on a cadence that creates a sense of urgency. And about I think only a quarter of car owners that came to go to the service in the first place go back to the same place to do the service. But for me, when my dealership keeps me updated and sends me those relevant messages, I'm coming back every single time. So a Reynolds Advanced Service combined with some of our email marketing allows you to do that seamlessly without requiring a service advisor or someone on the marketing team to push those buttons for you.
I agree with you. Because dealerships are so busy, the service advisors are overtasked. They need help doing that. The leaders, the service managers, the fixed ops directors, there's no way they could do this themselves. And they need these tools, especially now, all right? And to be able to target and capture the right customers. So love the tools, love the technology and leveraging that. But let's face it, getting down to brass tacks, Sam, really, if this were easy, right, everybody would be doing it. So is there a secret sauce involved?
Yeah, I mean, it is using technology to your advantage. Again, making sure that your data is clean and then allowing that data to work for you, not against you, I think is huge. So it is not easy. It may make it sound seamless, but these tools really help get you into the game. You're outside the game looking in right now, wondering how you could get there. These tools, like Reynolds Advanced Service, really make it a lot easier. And so if you could get back 4 to 8% of lost sales each month, I mean, that's even better than zero. And think of some of the profits that you could recoup. So I think the biggest factor is this automated follow-up that I've talked about. And it works by taking the responsibility off those really busy service advisors and marketing advisors. You've got marketing that stretch then through sales and service. You're trying to do all platforms. And if you could take off a fraction of that and allow a tool to do those follow-ups for you, I think that would allow you to save time for some of the bigger initiatives, maybe some bigger campaigns that you want to do. So they're strategically designed to follow up with those customers based on triggers that you can set, based on triggers that we recommend at Naked Lime. So we can follow the maintenance tables for each of the manufacturers. We can follow the maintenance tables within your area. Maybe your users are waiting a little bit longer or shorter to get certain services done. Maybe your OEM dictates something differently. So we can rate these different level repairs based on your experiences within the service drive, taking your expertise and then combining it with ours to create that sense of urgency and that tailored message. So we rate them red, yellow, and then have a follow-up cadence accordingly. I think the most important part is that this is automated. So it's a core efficiency. Again, we can set those triggers based on your data, based on our experience, based on your experience, and then it's going to work for you probably differently than the dealership down the street because your dealership and your customers are a little different as well.
It's been said that the fortune is in the follow-up, Amberly. And I think everybody watching today is going to relate to the fact, that if my dealership, if we're able to ask even one more time, these are needed services, needed maintenances that consumers need. And my people are overtasked, and to automate that and to be able to use that data that I've already got, all right, that we're probably not using anywhere near as efficiently as we should, I think is a great step. So I'm all in on all of those things. However, it seems kind of complicated, right? Or maybe even complex. Is this going to be a big lift for dealerships and their staff? Because let's face it, marketing is maybe not their specialty.
Yeah, I think overall, this sounds really complex, but when you break it down and when you solicit advice from your marketing teams, here at Naked Lime, we have marketing analysts that can help you strategically decide how to market to these customers. So your systems internally, we have Reynolds Advanced Service. I mean, it is a red, yellow system that allows you to mark these services. So it might be a slight change, but I can tell you that that change would be more welcomed than possibly some even writing it down or putting in some notes in the customer notes within the DMS. So I believe that the rating system makes it a lot simpler. You can cruise through, you've got the walk around that you've already did, you can put it in there. So yeah, it could take some work up front training your service advisors, but the reception we felt is that it makes it a lot easier to do those things versus writing it down and having to ingest it at a later date. So if you're using Reynolds Advanced Service, then once you've marked all of those appropriately, you can follow up with those customers. So we had a dealership that having a Reynolds Advanced Service for a while noticed that they were having trouble following up with those declined services, like most of us do, and that was a huge opportunity for them. And they didn't feel like they had great processes around how they could really profit off of those opportunities. So they ended up partnering with us. And we pair each dealership with that marketing analyst that I told you about. And they have experience with the consumer data, the behavioral data. We also use sales data from outside the dealership to help inform our strategies. So once pairing them together, they were able to develop a system that worked for both of us. So how can you guys mark those recommended not dones, and then how can we use that to our advantage? And they were able to see a 37% increase in their return on this. So from one quarter to next, that's a drastic increase. And possibly with a slight change to see that lift, it's going to be worth it. So that was around, I think, about $50,000 in total sales, and half of that in gross profit. So again, with a minor change in a new system, and I say minor change is difficult, but a system that makes it a lot easier to mark those, and then using a marketing analyst to help you leverage that data, I think is really powerful. So let's use both of our expertise in order to help you generate more profits. Again, almost immediately. A lot of times people say marketing takes time and effort, and it absolutely does. But some of these services can get you results quarter over quarter by just a smart change.
You know, it's amazing how much profit is available in that service lane. Amberly, the other thing we're hearing is that our professionals watching today are talking about part shortage, okay? That's impacting a lot of things that are happening on the service lane. How will that affect some of the things that we've been talking about here?
Yeah, the part shortage is a really big concern for us. Just like the inventory shortages have been a big concern for us for the last couple of years, the part shortage is falling right in line there. Now, what it has helped us do is refine our tactics, and we're no longer marketing to everyone with everything, right? We at Naked Lime, we like to talk to the dealerships, find out what services make them the most money, what technicians are maybe advanced in certain services. Maybe they can do them faster than some of the other technicians that we work with. So we like to get to know the service tribe. We like to get to know what the service manager's goals are and understand which ROs would give them the biggest lift. We like to get to know what inventory is available, making sure that all of that aligns. And once the service advisors can provide us with that information, we can use some of the other information that we've collected. We can start to make recommendations that allow you to service where you're able to. So with the parts that you're able to get, we can also predict when some of your customers may be needing that service. So we can maybe get some ordering systems put in place as well. So really pairing that marketing analyst with that service advisor, the service manager, or the marketing manager for fixed ops, I think that they can come together and come with a really robust strategy that allows you to still find profits, even in the face of some of these parts shortages.
Everybody, Amberly Montgomery can help you effectively attract those high dollar ROs. She's with Naked Lime Marketing. They know how to help you leverage the tools, the technology, the data that your dealership already has, and make it a whole lot easier to ask for that sale, to pick up those declined services. Amberly, if our audience wants to reach out for more information on Naked Lime and what you can do and how you can customize this for them, what's the best way for them to do that?
Yeah, please visit nakedlime.com. You can learn about all of our services and what we offer, and we'd love to hear from you.
Wonderful. Well, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, Amberly, I want to wish you and your family a very happy Thanksgiving, and thank you for all that you do for automotive retail.
Thank you so much for having me, Ted. Wishing you a happy Thanksgiving as well.
Everybody, Amberly Montgomery from Naked Lime Marketing here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
In a competitive dealership landscape, how do you stand out as the one? Dealerships can struggle to find the right customers and prospects to target with promotions. Often, they blast general messages out to their entire database, then get frustrated when they don't see a return. Consider this. Over 40% of your customers' emails are wrong or missing entirely from your system. And 30% of your customers no longer own the vehicle your records say they do. Incorrect information in your DMS means customers will never even see your message, let alone act on it. When you partner with Naked Lime to clean up your data, your dealership isn't wasting time and money or risking CSI points with mistargeted marketing. Our intelligent marketing database uses your DMS data, combined with market demographics, updated customer information, vehicle registrations, and a ton of other data we've collected about consumer behaviors. Then, we use your customer's service and sales history, as well as behavioral trends, and group them together into similar buying profiles. We don't stop after we clean up your data like third-party data providers do. We work with you to create a multi-channel strategy and custom campaigns based on data, putting an end to the generic blanket approach. So what does it look like in action? Sarah has missed her last 6 service intervals, meaning she's likely switched over to a chain or independent shop. Let's send her an email for a discounted oil change and follow up on social media to get her back into your dealership. Dave bought a crossover from you 6 years ago, and again 3 years later, but based on his age, income, and recent purchase behaviors, he'll likely upgrade to a full-size SUV. Send him a personalized letter and email with SUV promotions to keep his business for years to come. Cleaning out inaccurate data helps our dealerships improve their messaging, targeting, and deliverability. Imagine how accurate, actionable data could improve your dealership traffic. The name of the game is relevancy. Without it, customers ignore you and your message. With it, your dealership is a powerhouse of data-inspired content that motivates your customers to engage and take action.
Ready to make a difference this season? Make sure to scan the QR code on the screen or go to fixedopscares.org and donate to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society now. Hear ye, the king of tires, David Boyle, president and CEO of TraXtion, is here to show us how to turn red tires to green.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. A question that has been nagging at the Fixed Ops Roundtable for a long time is, why do dealers struggle with selling tires? We see tires in the news all the time, a lot of new things happening with tires and technology and the way that they're being retailed. So we thought today we'd bring together a team of experts, and they are on the panel right now. Please welcome David Boyle, who is the president and CEO of TraXtion, Tully Williams from the Nilo Company, Ed Roberts from Bozard Ford Lincoln, and Robert Miggs from Carter Myers Automotive's Valley Dealerships. Gentlemen, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Thank you.
How you doing?
Well, Dave, I'm going to lead off with a question, and I'm going to come to the guys first. And Tully, I'm coming to you. We've talked about it before. Dave has provided some statistics. I've seen them here on the roundtable. He talked about them at the last event, that dealers maintain a very low, I think it's under 10% share of replacement tires in that market for the past 20-some years. And Tully, why do you think there has been little to no improvement in that area?
Well, I think one is that we have to believe that we're truly in the repeat and referral business, and repeat and referral business is all about tires, but it boils down to the advisor. And when you're sitting there being pushed to sell gross and sell hours and sell this and sell that, they forget to realize that tires are different from everything else. When you look at a tire, I'm going to spend $500, $1,000, $1,500 to $2,000, and how much money do I make? It turns out to be pennies. They don't get the big picture that if we don't sell the tires, they probably are not going to come back after the warranty time is up. So you want to make sure that we're selling tires, right? That's the reason why they're so important to retention, because retention is the holy grail for a dealership. So how do we do that? It's education and showing it, and then have fun selling tires, right? You know, the nice thing about it is TraXtion has a great product that says, here, customer, here's the tire, right? You know, that's all we have to do, but you have to make it fun, and you have to get the culture of your store to believe in that we're in the repeat and referral business, the holy grail of retention.
Tully, your group is great on measuring KPIs. Behind you are those big, beautiful television screens that we see all the time. Tully, I got to ask you, are tires one of the metrics that you measure internally with your people?
Absolutely, we do. And, you know, and it's great that we look at examples where we have contests throughout the year. I try to have a writer contest, usually every 2 months and a month off. And with tires, at least are twice a year. And part of it also is going to be is it fun driving it? So I come up with an acronym of same day selling. It's really same visit selling. And when you look at the average store, you'd be happy to sell 10%. Leave out used cars because that's cheating, right? Used cars are going to have nothing to do with it. Talk about customer pay, red tires. When I look at a red tire event, I look at 1 or 4 tires. It's the event. And what we've done, if we've seen when we drive and get the excitement about tires, talk about the reasons why, we see an average of, I bet you most stores would be happy with 10%. We have people in the driveway, and I still think we suck, is 60% selling red tires. That's what we have seen because we talk about it. The store overall is probably at 40 to 50%, but we have people in that great zone, and we're just getting started, right? We're getting the excitement about tires, and you talk about it every day. In the back, we'll have at their store, who's selling the Matrix, who's selling those red tires, and talking about yellow tires, because some people buy yellow tires. God bless every one of them.
Ed, Tully oversees many rooftops. You've got one big, beautiful rooftop there in St. Augustine. You've got a lot of technicians, a lot of customers coming in. You've got a mobile operation, and I see that you recently added a mobile service van just for tires. We'll talk about that in a moment. But why do you think dealers have struggled with this for such a long time?
Dealers have struggled with them because they don't embrace them. They, like Tully said a few minutes ago, they got to chase all these hours and whatever else. And in order to sell tires at a car dealership, you have to talk tires. And when you talk tires, you have to stock tires. And when you stock tires, you have to embrace tires. And when you do those 3 things, you will sell tires, because it's just like practice. The more you talk tires, the better you'll get and the more comfortable you'll feel about talking tires. And the best tires in the world are the ones you have in stock, always. The easiest tires to sell is the ones that's on that vehicle. So if you ask the right questions, you're going to land on something, but it can't be bring them in tomorrow. It can't bring them in next week. You have to have them in stock, but you have to talk tires and embrace tires and stock tires to be able to sell tires in the car dealership. And car dealers want to use that inventory space. You got multiple levels where there's issues. You got service advisors that feel like they don't make enough money on them. You got service management that feels like it takes up too much time in the shop to be able to do that when they could sell other work. You got the parts manager that doesn't want to stock them. So it's multi-layered of where all the issues come from. But when you break those things down, that's one of the key drivers to repeat and referral with retention. It's the wear item. We need tires when the customer is going out of warranty. And when they're going out of warranty, that's all the more reason why you want to keep them. And if you sell those 3 things, tires, batteries, and brakes, those 3 wear items, at the point of when they're going out of warranty, then that customer ends up somewhere else, and you have a less chance of starting that circle of life over with them.
Something unique to your operation, I alluded to the mobile units that you have on the road. Great job, Ed, with that. Why did you recently add the additional mobile van just for the tire service product? What's your thinking there?
Nothing's fun about a tire purchase. So if it can't be fun, let's make it convenient. And if we can make it convenient, then it takes that legwork out. So if a customer feels like, well, I can get a better price here or whatever else, I'm eliminating all the issues of them having to spend time and whatever else. I already have them in stock. We already put tires on. That's part of our business. Now I'm making it convenient. I'll come to you and put them on.
Okay, makes a lot of sense. Love it. Robert Carter Myers, Automotive. A lot of rooftops, obviously, with Carter Myers. You've got a great background, a great facility. I've seen a lot of pictures on social media. Why do you think, Robert, dealers have struggled for so long?
I think the guys have really kind of pegged it big. It's not part of our culture. It's not something that we see as a tool to use. We see it as a deterrent. Most of the time, the advisors, like you said, are chasing a bunch of different numbers and metrics that they have to make. And one of the last things that they want to do is really try to push something on a tire sale to a customer that's a big dollar item. They're worried about the items that are going to kind of fit the bill for their hours per row. They're worried about the items that are going to hit the bigger parts of what they're looking at. And it's really the bigger picture. They don't see it all the time. And if we start talking about it, we start bringing it to the forefront. I think that's when we're going to start seeing a change in it. And that's when you starting to sell tires and actually get in front of the customer and change the view and the concept of what you're doing within your dealership.
This is probably the first time, Dave, that I've heard the word culture come up with tires now several times already in this panel. And I think that's probably pretty unique. Dave, what's your take on it?
Well, I could sit back and not say anything at this point, Ted, but for sure, let me say this. Everything these guys said is spot on. Okay. It's part of it, but I want to take just a minute and sort of peel back the onion a little bit and dive into the process. Cause the guys, all three of them touched on one area with the service advisor, but I want to come at a different approach for a half a second. Surprise, surprise. I've spent the last 10 years studying this, right? I mean, it's my business. So I've had to figure this out and I've had to figure out what is the real breakdown in this. And it actually starts with the process that dealers use in order to identify the opportunity. I talk to dealers about this every time I go and visit a dealer. And when I ask the question, I said, so what is your process for selling tires? I get the same answer everywhere I go. Well, it's part of the multi-point, right? We're going to get the car in and we're going to do our multi-point inspection and we're going to sell some tires off the multi-point inspection. No, you're not. Not very many. Because of everything that these guys have already said. When you think about this, what's a technician's motivation to find and sell a tire? Okay, there really isn't one. There's some likelihood that if he does, he's not going to get the work, depending on the type of tech that he is. He probably already inherently knows everything that Tully and Ed said in terms of, you send a tire up to a service advisor. What's the first thing they do? They look at the estimate from the multi-point and they go, oh, there's 3 or 4 other things on here that I make a whole lot more money on. So those tires are going to go in the back burner. And if I get any hint that this customer doesn't want to spend that money, the tires are not even going to be brought up. And here's the problem when I start talking with dealers about this, and it's not just service managers and GMs as well. You bring up these truths, quite frankly, and everybody says, no, not at my store, not at my store. We do it right. Well, the fact of the matter is, if everybody was doing it right, we wouldn't be at 8% market share in terms of the replacement market. And it starts with the guy at the helm believing in this. It was about a year ago, I was meeting with the head of parts and service for one of the large dealer groups. I don't want to name them because I don't want to embarrass them, but one of the large dealer groups. And the conversation came up around service advisor pay plans around tires. And he said to me, we don't pay service advisors to sell tires. I said, what do you mean you don't pay them? We don't pay at all. We just expect them to do it as part of the ticket. We don't make enough money on it to give them any commission on it. So we don't pay them. And I remember leaving that meeting thinking, well, now I know why the dealers aren't very good at this, right? I mean, the mindset in many cases and the culture that these guys are referring to starts with the guy in some cases whose name's on the side of the building, right? If you believe in the retention connection of that the tire has to not only the next service visit, but all the way through to the next vehicle purchase. If you believe in that, and you guys, Ed, Tully, you guys have heard me say this numerous times, if you really believed in the truth, hell, you'd give them away. You don't need to, but you give them away because they are that powerful in terms of what they can do for your overall business. And I hope it doesn't take EVs and things like that to finally get people to wake up to this. But it starts with the culture, as the guys have said, but it's about the process. It's about the people and the process. And if you think that the multi-point inspection and your service advisor selling tires off of multi-point inspection is going to get you any better than what you got today, that's your first mistake.
And I got to agree with what David's saying, because by the time it gets to the technician, we've already lost a great opportunity meeting the advisor is the first one to look at the car with the customer. They've got that opportunity. And let's talk about that, starting the process earlier.
Well, like I said, you have to talk tires, and in order to talk them, it has to be in every part of the process. It's got to be at write-up. It's got to be part of what the technician does. It's got to be ongoing. You got to have a good follow-up when it's a yellow tire, because like Tully said, some will buy it yellow, but not everybody. But there's our start. But we also want to talk about them when they're green. We got to sell the green each and every time as well, so that when you hit them the first time, it doesn't need anything. The second time doesn't need, but it gets to a point to where that builds trust along the way. Okay, well, I've been good for so long. How much more time do I have left in them? Now you just planted the seed. And Dave will tell you, the first person that talks tires to a customer gets the tire sale, gets the tire business. Whether
sell them when they don't need them.
Exactly.
That's the best time to sell them. And guys, we're not very good at that, are we? We're not very good at that. We are really good at selling stuff when it's needed, but we're not very good at selling stuff I'm putting my advisor hat on. When there's nothing in it today for me, I'm not really good at that, am I?
Well, sometimes I have an advisor who will tell me that they didn't want to buy tires. They don't want to buy tires from a car dealer. They don't want to do this. Well, the reality is we didn't build that level of trust, because what they told us was, we don't want to buy tires from you. Mm-hmm. One, because I think it's too pricey. I think it's whatever. We didn't overcome the obstacle. We didn't even find out what the obstacle is to have the opportunity to overcome it. But ultimately, my reply back to them is, there's not vehicles sitting on the side of the road with tires blown out on them. They got them somewhere. So we have to overcome those obstacles, because that's our retention tool, and retention is the best conquest. And if I can retain them, that's our opportunity to do it. If I can retain them, then I can spend a lot less money on conquesting. And then we can go back to what Dave said about, you could buy them. Well, the money that we spend to conquest a customer, you certainly could buy somebody a set of tires.
Yeah.
And I saw something recently in the last week, I believe it was online with Automotive News, that there is a retailer popping up now selling just tires and going after that dealer market where the customer can buy them, not by going to the dealership, by going to this third-party source. And those are popping up. And if you think if you had to pinpoint it, you mentioned stocking the tire, believing in the tires. If there's something that we could do differently that would have the biggest impact on performance, Ed, what do you think that would be?
You have to talk tires, and you have to stock tires. You can't sell what you don't have, because it's all about convenience. So you have to make the commitment to bring them in. Then you have to make the commitment to train your staff on how to overcome those obstacles, and to open that conversation, and to sell the green, then prepare for the yellow, and then deliver when it's time to. When you do those things, you don't lose the customer, and you build a customer for life. And not only do you sell tires, but you sell everything else that you tell them they need, because you've sold the green each and every time, and you build a level of trust with them.
Robert, a great point, I think, that Ed just made. And Robert, going back to David's earlier point, we don't do a very good job at all of selling the tires when they are not yet quite needed, like in the yellow. 2.5 years ago, just before things changed in our entire world, the vehicle I was driving had yellow tires. And I went into the dealer and I bought new tires. And the advisor asked me why I was buying the tires. I didn't need them yet. So, Robert, I was shocked that I got that response. Robert, what do you think? What is something, and true story, Robert, what do you think that we need to do differently?
I think one of the things, and I preach it to my advisors, and I try to tell them all the time, is we got to stop thinking the money is ours. It's not our dollar that we're spending, it's the customer's dollar. And you'll be surprised when you bring it to the forefront and you put in front of the customer what they feel is important, what they have money for, and what they can afford on their goal. The second we start dictating how we're going to determine what the customer wants and what they can afford and what they can't afford, we've lost it right there. So we're already out of it. And to everybody's point on here, and kind of steal a little bit from Tully here, because I'm sure you're going to touch on it, but we got to start up at the front. We got to start with F&I. We got to start with sales. They got to promote the fact that we do more than just fix the vehicle when it breaks under warranty. We offer the ability to maintain it. We offer the ability to do tires and everything before it even gets to the point that they do need them. So, even well before the green, we got to instill this in them that we can take care of them.
And Ted,
Robert,
what that advisor was telling you is that not only did he not want to sell you tires, he doesn't want to sell anybody tires. He doesn't want to do tires. So he's trying to talk you out of that sale.
Exactly.
And that happens over and over and over again in our service drives.
And you want to know something? Magnify that by how many dealerships, how many advisors. Ed, spot on with that. And Robert, to your points, the fact that we decide, or mentally the advisor's deciding what the customer can and can't afford. Robert, you're spot on with that. We see that every day, and Robert, that's a big concern. And you're leading. Again, I've seen the pictures. How many advisors, how many techs do you oversee, Robert?
So we have the store I'm at right now. We have 4 advisors, ranging from Express, main shop, and fleet, and then we also have. Total with the Express technicians, we got around 12 technicians in the shop right now.
Okay. What do you think we need to do differently, to install that mindset, that thinking, that it's not our dollar to spend?
For us and everything, I mean, everybody would probably agree here. We got to start on the lane. We got to present the tires and really start at the green. We got to sell the green, build the relationship, and get the customer to understand that we can provide all the things that the outside world has to it. there's really it's not some magic trick that we got to pull here. It's simple, it's a simple process. We just followed through with it and getting the customer to understand where we come from and what we can provide.
Tully, I like what Robert said about starting real early, even in the F&I process. You share an office with the F&I director for the group. You sit across from each other. We've talked about bringing sales and service F&I together. Starting earlier, what do you think?
Oh, I think it's important. I mean, I think that, if we talk about the circle of life, the sales sells the first car and fix sells the rest of the cars to the friends and family, is that, we have to make sure that we are one store. And there's still a lot of places out there, the sales and service just don't talk to each other, which I think is asinine. And I think that, we have to believe that we're all here, because without service, you're not going to get another customer. You can only sell one time so many times. But I think that, Robert and Ed both brought up starting early in the service drive. To me, that's the key issue here, is that, are you having those great communications on green tires? Oh my God, I said it out loud, green tires. So the nice thing about it is they drive over, they get a text. We said, hey, you got a text on the tires. Then what happens? The technician does a what? A video of the tires when they're green, yellow, or red. Every time they come in, did you get your text? Did you get your video of your tires? And 2, if it needs yellow tires and red tires, we're going to talk about that. But the point of it is that it has to be every time. We've done a good job now. We do an inspection on every car. Are we doing a video on every car? Is your process to talk about tires and brakes and maintenance? That's the key for retention.
David, these are bread and butter things.
Yeah, well, they are, but it's not, we're not putting a man on the moon here, Ted. We're selling tires to people. I mean, it's not hard. It's just something we have to do. And, the guys, all of them have said, selling the green and my comment was selling them when they don't need them. If you think about, who's the dealer's competitor when it comes to this? And you've heard me say this in other presentations, the dealers sell 100% of the cars, but they have 8% of the share of tire replacement. The big O's and the discount tires and the tire shops sell none of the cars, and they have 60% of the tires, because that's the business that they're in. And if you ask me the question, Ted, of what's the one thing that we can do, the one biggest thing that I believe every dealer can do that we're not, and it's something we're not taking advantage of. The dealer has a massive advantage, and that's the fact that you did sell them the car. So you have this period, 3-year period, where what? You own them. They're coming back to you for everything. We talk about the fact that it's hard to educate them that we're better and they can sell cheaper. No, it's not. You have 3 years to do it. You have 3 years uninterrupted where they're coming back to you for everything. And it's, if you start day one and say, we are your tire shop, this is why you want to come to us and not those guys. Those guys don't understand your car. Okay, we do. We understand that the tire today is actually part of the vehicle's suspension. It's engineered into the suspension. If you put a tire with a different sidewall flex or a different speed rating or whatever, it's going to completely change the handling and ride characteristics of your car. I hear this every day. The Highline manufacturers freak out over this, Ted, because it's a massive hit to their brand loyalty. You know, somebody's driving a brand new Lexus and, you know, they gets to be 30, 40,000 miles. They put a set of tires on it. And all of a sudden, the thing doesn't ride like it did anymore. And they blame the car. It's not the car. It's the tires they put on at Walmart. Okay, they put a set of tires on at Walmart that are round and black and the right size, but they're not the right tire for the car. The dealer knows what's the right tire for that car. And we're also very competitively priced. When I go and talk to our customers, one of the things I spend a lot of time on is how are you priced? In fact, in some cases, we're underselling, you know, what we could be. There's a misconception out there. We've got 3 years where we've got direct access to this consumer to educate them every time they come in. But what do? We don't do anything. We don't talk tires. We don't do the stuff that Tully said, that Ed's been saying, Robert's saying. We don't do any of that until when? Until 35,000 miles and they need a set of tires. Then all of a sudden we say, oh, by the way, you need tires. And we've completely missed that opportunity. If there's one thing the dealers should start doing tomorrow, it's from the delivery to the service orientation to the very first service visit. Every visit, there needs to be some conversation about tires. If you do that, there'll be no reason for the customer to go anywhere elsewhere but back to you when this time comes.
David, how do we help create a conversation about tires? I see a lot of things happening on service lanes right now. I see a lot of talk, a lot of technology about looking at the vehicle earlier. I think that what you do at TraXtion fits right in to this conversation. And it's now because you've taken technology to the next level to be able to look at that tire a lot earlier and a lot more often with a consumer.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, all we did was, and I say all, if my technology guys heard me just say that, they'd probably smack me in the head. But all we did was look at a process problem and try to find a better solution for it, right? And in the scenario where we talked about earlier in terms of technician motivation and service advisor motivation, we looked at this and we said, how can we be successful even if we have an individual that's not motivated to do the right thing? You know, how can we help them be better at their job? We're not getting rid of the service advisor. We're not taking the technician out of the equation. We're providing them a tool that helps them be better at their job, whether they really want to or not, because this is in the best interest of the dealer and the customer. This isn't just about the service advisor or the technician. This is much bigger than that. And, you know, and you've heard me say this before, Ted, when it comes to technology companies, and I love all of my fellow vendors out there, but sometimes we create products just for the sake of creating something to sell. In the end of the day, if what you're providing to the dealer doesn't actually do two things, one, it's got to make a better process and it's got to make people's lives better. Okay. If we can do those two things as a vendor, we've won. All right. And when we started this company, that was our mission. We said, what can we do to improve this process? And how can we make it easier for the technicians and the service advisors? Listen, I wrote service back in the day, and I had a service manager that wanted me to stick every tire in Toronto, Canada, okay, in the winter with a white shirt and a tie on. Okay, that's not easy. None of us would want to do that either. You know, crawling around in the wet service drive, trying to stick the inside tread on a, you know, on a rear tire, you know, on a car is not an easy thing to do. It's no wonder we don't do it consistently, because it's not easy to do. So, you know, to me, it's about, like I said, making the process better and making it easier for our associates and our staff to be successful.
Let's talk a little bit about EVs. Les Silver did a segment on the last Fixed Ops Roundtable, how EVs are going to affect service and parts operations. Tully, you're in California. 1 out of 5, maybe 1 out of 4 vehicles is an EV. Ed, you're not quite there yet, but I think Florida is second in the running, and you're selling a lot of EVs. And Tully, you've told us that all the EVs you can get, you can sell. So there's been a lot of talk, and Robert, about the tires, okay? And tires being the vehicle is heavier. Tully, what's your feeling on tires and We're not going to have that trigger anymore with the oil change, being that reason for the customer to come in.
I think David said it right. When we hit 35,000 miles of red tires and we're trying to sell it for the very first time, when you have an EV car, you have very expensive repairs or technology repairs, and then you have very little maintenance repairs. And the issue we're going to be talking about is bringing them in for tire rotations. I'll say it out loud again. We're bringing them in for tire rotations and cabin filter replacements. That is going to be the issue. And if you're not in the tire business, you're not going to be in the EV business. And the issue is going to be is that if you're not starting today, before EVs take over, right? We've been blessed that we sell a lot of EVs. We're in the tire business, kind of. And I'm still upset that we're sold at 60%. This one guy, the store overall is at 40, and I still think we have a lot of room for improvement because we cannot afford not to sell tires to EV customers. I don't think we can afford not to sell them to ICE cars either. But the issue is going to be is that you've got to get the culture now before it becomes too late. Because if you're selling EVs and you think about, I think I should start selling some tires now. I'm going to stack 4 of them in a pile and put a little blankie over them. That ain't going to sell tires, my good friend. That's not going to work. You got to talk about it when they come in. You got to talk about it on the tech video, and you got to talk about it when they leave. And we need technology to help us with that. And that's where David with TraXtion helps us with. We have that great piece for the customer to see. That's not the whole answer. The answer is your store believe in it. And it starts with the person's name that's on the building, believes in tires, because he believes in retention. I can guarantee you 100%.
Amen to that.
Amen. Ed, coming to you, because we've talked about those service intervals not being based so much now anymore on the mileage, but on the time, and the tire being integral to that.
Well, I want to touch on one thing that Tully was saying there, having the rotations and cabin air filters. Another thing that we need to add to BEVs is alignments, because it's going to be that much more important for these things to be aligned straight, because there's really 4 items outside of an alignment that wears a tire out. That's the weight of the vehicle, that's acceleration, it's braking, and it's cornering. Well, these things check 2 of those boxes right from the beginning. They accelerate very hard. They're heavier. And usually when you're accelerating hard, you're braking harder and cornering harder because you're playing. So by nature, it's going to check 2 of the boxes for faster wear, but in most cases, it's going to check all 4 boxes. And it's our opportunity to make sure that we talk those items, because the last thing we need to do is have the husband in the car with the wife, and they went out to dinner on Saturday night or going to church on Sunday morning, and the wheels left turned to the right when they pull into a parking spot and he sees the cords hanging out. That's when they show up at Walmart and put the wrong tires on it. That's because we failed and never told them about it. And it's that much more important for us to do that with EVs. And then for us, we're all in with the tire van, because I can go straight to an EV and take care of it there.
Hey, Ed, speaking of playing, that I've got a vintage Corvette that I love. And I'm so used to, I was at a car show last weekend, and I'm so used to taking that car out, and like clockwork, I'll pull up to a stoplight and there'll be some kid in a 5-liter Mustang sitting beside me, right? Last weekend, it was about a 50-year-old guy in a Tesla. And I'm going to tell you something, he smoked me. All right. 700 horsepower and he smoked me. All right. But I giggled when you said that, because you see these middle-aged guys driving these things like they're slot car race cars or something. And it does beat the crap out of the tire for sure.
Absolutely. And it's our opportunity to bring them back. We got to retain them. And it's going to be harder to retain that BEV customer if we don't talk those elements. So we have to.
Yep.
Robert, Bob Tasca was on the show last month. And as you know, he's a race car driver and, of course, a Ford dealer as well, and many other brands while we're at it. But he's also got a personal EV that he drives. And he told me that EV, he will never go back, his personal vehicle, to driving a combustion engine, and because that's got all the ingredients that he's looking for. It's got the acceleration. It's got all the things you said. Robert, what do you think as we come into this EV era with the tires being a focal point?
The realization that we have to sit back and look at is when everything changes over. We're here discussing the difference between ICE vehicles and EVs. The realization is when a customer looks at a tire sale, the tire store down the street's always sold tires. So our competition has years above us, and we're just trying to play catch up at this point in time. So, like these guys have all said on here on this panel tonight, it's just got to be something that we're promoting, we're talking about, and we're letting people know, because at the end of the day, everybody's got that tire guy. They got that guy that they're going to get their tires from, and we're usually not on that list. So we got to start talking about it now.
Dave, you've got some amazing software. Talk to us a little bit about that. There's been a lot of technology in the marketplace for many, many years, that have helped with things like alignments and so on. But you recently have introduced some new product lines. Congratulations. And by the way, I see TraXtion everywhere. I'm looking like all I see is TraXtion, Tully. Okay, so something has changed, and you've really stepped up your game. Talk to us about what you're doing.
Well, we're trying to thank you for that. But by the way, we're trying to get the word out. It's been it's taken a lot longer, quite frankly, to get the word out than I thought it would, because it's we sit here, we're a bunch of enlightened guys when it comes to this conversation, clearly, and we. I wish all my customers were like these three guys, to be honest with you. It would be a lot easier in my life, but unfortunately a lot of them aren't still, and we it's a slug. So the thing that you're referring to that we did most recently, and the product we have hasn't changed essentially in what it does. We measure tire tread depth, we measure an alignment, we text the results right to the consumer, we send it to the service advisor, so the two of those collide in a conversation that was meant to happen. The customer's already sort of engaged, and I like to use the term tenderized, because they've already kind of seen it, and they know it changes the dynamic of the conversation between the advisor. Advisor can't hide from it when the customer's already got the report on their iPhone and whatnot. So we've been doing that for a while now, but I think probably the biggest thing that we've done recently is we've changed our entire business model from basically a CapEx equipment model to an OpEx sort of monthly fee model to try to make this more affordable. One of the problems that we started this industry, my company started this industry. It's almost 12 years ago now. It's been that long, but we didn't have any competitors when we started, and now we got a bunch, and that's a good thing. I think competition's good and whatnot. But about a year ago, I saw something I didn't like, and that was the price of these things was going in the wrong direction. They were getting more and more and more and more expensive. And I remember sitting down with my development team, and I said, we got to go in the other direction. Okay, we've got to make this more affordable, because here's the problem: if you don't, I see this every time I go visit a dealers with some of my competitors' products. You got a big, huge operation like the one that Ed's got down there, and you've got like four or five inbound service lanes in his Ford store, and they'll have one lane covered with this equipment. Well, that doesn't get it done. At very best, you're going to capture a quarter of your opportunity, or you've got the unenviable task of trying to put up cones every morning to funnel everybody through one lane, which creates nothing but a bottleneck. And we basically sat down and said, look, the way that we need to, and again, with the mindset of doing the right thing by our customers in the process, if we're going to expect 100% coverage, we need to make this affordable so that every dealer can put one in every lane. And we did that by basically taking the equipment out of the equation. We basically said, much similar to a cell phone model, we're going to loan you the equipment, if you will, and we're going to charge you for software. And that's been a big win for us, Ted. As you know, we've our business is quadrupled since we started this endeavor. And I'm pleased for the business, but I'm more pleased for what we're trying to accomplish. Right? I mean, I believe, and maybe, and I don't believe this is just me trying to hawk my product when I say this. I believe that if dealers don't get really good at this, there's repercussions from this that we don't even know yet that are going to be bad. And dealers just need to realize that tires are going to become an increasing part of their overall portfolio. And if they don't get good at it, you mentioned EVs, and I know we're running out of time here, but I'm going to leave you with one statistic. This was a data from Tesla, by the way, 4,000 mile Tesla. So a high mileage test mule. Okay. I wrote this down. I want to get this right. 31 service visits over 400,000 miles. 23 of the 31 service visits were tire related. So if you're not in the tire business, when EVs hit, you better, or they're all you're going to do is be lining other guys' pockets.
Dave, one last thing. Tully, I have to ask him about affordability. Dave, I'm not asking you for any numbers, but I got to say that there's a dealer friend in the Northeast of mine. You know who it is. He has been, over many, many years accustomed to spending big dollars, okay, up front to have a lot of equipment in his service drives. And he learned about how affordable your product is at TraXtion. I think a lot of folks don't know how easy it is to get TraXtion on their service drives. Without giving away too much, Dave, just tell us a little bit about that, because that's new and that's huge, and it was eye-opening to me.
Well, like I said, essentially there is no big upfront CapEx equipment expenditure. We come in, we install it, and we train your people live on site. We charge, a relatively nominal fee for that. It's around $2,000. And then based on the size of your store, we charge you for software, not unlike what you would pay for XTime or any of the other software vendors out there. And the average dealer is around $1,600 a month. And most of our dealers tell us that, and that's average. Some are paying more than that. Obviously, I don't want to get myself in trouble here, but some are paying more, some are paying, less. But the one thing that most of our dealers tell us, is that it pays for itself after about the third day of the month. And that's I love to hear that, because that's a good business for us to be in, right? I mean, I don't want to be that product that, when times get tough, the dealers got their controller looking down the expense side and saying, okay, what can we cut? I don't want to be that product. I don't want to be that guy that's viewed as a nice to have, that's expensive, but a nice to have. I believe this needs to be an essential tool in every dealer. And we want to do our part in trying to create that environment.
And I saw that David Boyle, maybe a few months back, was at your dealership. What was he doing then? Did he buy a vehicle and drive it back? Because you're in Florida, he's in Texas. Ed, what was going on there?
It is easy to say that Dave and I are customers of each other.
Exactly.
And that's what it's all about. And but yes, Dave bought a vehicle from us. We're putting his equipment in. We've been on the wait list to get on there, and I think that we're right around the corner from that happening. And we're just going to continue to enhance what we do with having his equipment on in our buildings.
Super stuff.
And it was a wonderful experience, by the way. I bought a lot of cars over the years. It was without a doubt, the best experience I've had. And my wife Kathy went with me, and we're driving away. We were actually meeting, Ed and his lady for dinner. We're driving away. She said, "My God, that was too easy." She said, I wish, she said, "Is that just because you know Ed?" And I said, "No, that's just because this is Ed's dealership." He makes it easy. I think I spent a total of about maybe 30 minutes in the dealership, and I was driving away with a new F-150. So, it was, again, there's that easy word, right? He made it very frictionless, very painless for me to come in and get a deal done, and he gave me a great deal. So it was a no-brainer to drive halfway across the country and patronize my friends. So,
yep. Thanks for that, Dave.
You got it.
And I think that speaks volumes, and I'll leave it there today, because I think all the gentlemen on the screen here today make it easy, including David Boyle, the president and CEO of TraXtion, who has refined that technology, amazing, way ahead of what anybody has out there. Please speak to David about that. His email is on the screen, dboyle@traction.com. And of course, the website is there. I want to thank Tully Williams. I want to thank Robert Miggs. I want to thank Ed Roberts and Dave Boyle for being here on the TraXtion panel. The TraXtion panel here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Same to you guys.
With new TraXtion software, the consumer will receive the results of their tire and alignment check sent directly to their smartphone. As soon as the tire scan is complete from the TreadSpec drive-over scanner, the results of the scan are sent to the consumer via text message. By clicking on the link in the text, a personalized interactive tire health report is generated for their vehicle. Each tire's condition is displayed showing the appropriate color based on the amount of wear. If they click on the tire, the wear profile is displayed for the tires on that axle. Showing the side view of the profile, color-coded based on wear, has proven to be the most effective way to graphically show the consumer what they need and help increase sales. If the vehicle needs an alignment or rotation check, the inspection icon will be illuminated either by the steering wheel or the rear axle. The alignment page graphically shows, using video animation, what the problem is: toe or camber wear. The TireWise assistant helps explain why doing an alignment or rotation is important. The web-based e-tread tracker report also makes it easy to pass this information around. So, with one click, the person in your store can send all the same information to a spouse or parent, so a joint decision can be made. Not everyone will buy that day. In fact, the data shows that roughly 50% will need more time to think about it. You must have a way to follow up with these customers, or you'll risk losing them to a competitor. And we all know if you lose them for tires, you run the risk of losing them forever. The management reporting module in TraXtion produces a suite of reports that gives you actionable data to help manage this process. Missed sale opportunity reports, future yellow tire, marketing reports, and most importantly, a scorecard that shows how you're doing and how each of your people are doing individually. The old saying, "Inspect what you expect," gets a 21st century upgrade with TraXtion, with fully automated reporting that allows management to easily and actively manage this process. It's the ultimate tire and alignment selling solution for dealers. TraXtion.
Up next is Mike Rich from Revolution Parts, ready to tell us all about digital retailing in the parts department.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. There was a time when digital retailing and the parts department may not have seemed to go together, yet here we go into 2023 and they go together very well today. With us is Mike Rich, the VP of Marketing at Revolution Parts. Mike, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Hey, Ted. Thanks for having me. Excited to be here. Getting ready for the Thanksgiving holiday and giving thanks for another amazing year of part sales online.
And thank you, Mike and Revolution Parts, for all you do for the industry. You have really changed and been a big part of the change in how we sell parts. And that's what I want to talk to you about today. Digital retailing in the parts department, Mike. I would never have thought 10 years ago we would have a conversation like this.
Yeah, no, it's really exciting. Digital retailing is actually one of my favorite topics when it comes to part sales. And it's kind of the secret sauce of selling parts. A lot of times we talk to dealers, new dealers to selling online, or maybe dealers who have had success, kind of dabbled in online sales before. And one of the sentiments we hear a lot is, oh, online sales, it's a race to the bottom, or I don't want to give my parts away for free. But the way you combat that is digital retailing. Price is not the only lever in the world. It's just one of the many levers. And digital retailing, what it is, it's a kind of a tool belt of other levers that dealers can pull to increase margins while selling online.
And Mike, I think a big part of it is awareness, that the dealer does offer this product online. Would that be one of the first steps?
Yeah, it is one of the first steps, is just making the consumer aware that you're online. The real big way to look at digital retailing, though, is like how you present your products online. I think most parts managers and a lot of parts buyers have experience with the manufacturer catalog, the data that the OEM send you as a dealer, the GM sends you, that Ford sends you. It's not very consumer friendly at the end of the day. So it doesn't create a very compelling shopping experience for the end consumer. The parts in that catalog aren't presented in a way that makes it easy to find and buy what you want. So digital retailing is really taking that OEM parts data and changing the way you present it online to potential buyers.
Wow. So I was going to ask you how you define digital retailing, because it's really the dealer's space, to determine how they're going to go about doing that. But, that space of digital retailing is, it's really all for the dealer to identify.
It is. And it's a very visual medium, I'd say, Ted. Like if you think about it on the car side or the
Yes.
new or used car side, like there's lots of companies out there that have, technology that helps, dealers do 3D imaging of cars.
Yes.
Or, different angles, hot spots. So you can, you as a consumer, you can like click and look at the car from all types of angles. You can zoom in, you can zoom out. You would never, like if you look at a parts catalog, a lot of times you see a schematic. Sometimes you see just the OEM's brand. Like if you were selling a car, you would never put, a picture of the car up, a hand sketch picture of the car and expect someone to buy it. So really it starts with the image, So when you're selling parts online, a lot of times what we tell dealers and our most successful dealers that sell online, any parts department you walk in, I could tell you without looking at their sales data, if I walk into a parts department, if in the back of that department they have a product tent and a camera, I could tell you they're doing that right and they're on the path to success. So the first step really is taking good quality images of the stuff you're selling so the consumer can see what it looks like.
One of your dealers at the last Fix Ops Roundtable, I'll mention his name, Justin Aiken at All Star Dodge Chrysler in St. Louis, talked about that. He told us how he is taking those pictures, and you know what? Other industries do it as well, Mike. The food industry does it, right? Food pictures are done, in such a way, to make it appetizing. And he was saying that for his parts operation, which is very significant, they do a lot online with Revolution Parts. They're doing the same thing. They're taking those photos.
They are, and Justin's had a lot of success. He invests a lot of money in taking photos. Tasca Parts is another big customer of ours. They spend a lot of money on custom photos. And if you look at a dealer that has custom photos versus a dealer that's using the photos in the OEM parts catalog, and then you look at the price of the parts, the guy with the custom photos is typically priced higher, and he's selling at a much higher rate. His conversion rates are better. Because just think about it from a consumer. If you landed on a website and there wasn't a picture of, the parts you were going to buy, or it was just a sketch drawing of the part, would you buy that, or would you buy the one with a nice color image that, you're able to see and compare to the part you're pulling out your vehicle?
Yeah, there's a huge difference. You're right. And Bob Tasca, the Tasca Automotive Group, you mentioned that before, a great example. And I know they're a big Revolution Parts automotive group with you. So Mike, how does all this together in digital retailing, how does this help drive more part sales for the dealer?
Yeah, so what it does really is it increases the conversion rate by having those color images. It also increases pricing. So the images are just, step one. Step two is really the descriptions. So making sure the descriptions of your parts are consumer friendly. So when someone lands on the page and sees the part, like they can easily identify that that's the part they need. It's the keywords they would be searching for. So that's the key. It makes it easier for consumers to find your parts by making the parts titles and names more consumer friendly, which gets more traffic to your site. Another really cool thing you can do as a parts manager is something I like to call kitting or bundling. So basically what that is, you look at your popular parts you sell online and you're like, okay, I sell a lot of this water pump, for example. Well, what else does a consumer need when they buy a water pump? They need RTV silicone sealant. They need a gasket. So taking those three things and creating a bundle. Or if you see you're selling a lot of, brake pads for a particular car. Okay, well, they not only need the brake pads, they need the clips, they need the rotors. So you create bundles. And then by creating bundles, you're giving the end consumer everything they need to purchase to get the job done. That you're making sure it all fits together so there's no returns. And then by bundling, you're also able to bake a little bit of more margin in there and increase your average order value. So it nets more profit for you as a dealer, and it makes a happier consumer because they get everything they need to do the job they're trying to do.
This sounds almost like Amazon.com, Mike, but you're doing it for parts.
Yeah, it's very Amazon, and Amazon's very big on this. A lot of our really successful dealers on eBay, that's one of the things they do is kitting. It's very popular. Many of our dealers do this with kitting. We have a feature in our software that allows you to build kits like this. So, and as a parts manager, this is your area of expertise. You know what a person needs to do the job. So by bundling all those things together, you make it much easier for them to make the purchase and get what they need.
Mike, it sounds like the role of the parts department is evolving, and it's happening in a big way. What impact is this digital retailing going to have, and does it have now, on the customer experience?
Yeah, so the customer experience is just improved through the digital retailing. It leads to, customers coming back and you becoming kind of that trusted advisor, for the end consumer, because, you're providing them what they need, to get the job done. You're providing them a friendly shopping experience. We see, on our platform that 50% of purchases are actually from return customers. And that's because dealers are putting the work in to make sure the customer, can have a great online shopping experience.
Mike, this online thing is happening and it's growing, and the dealers doing it that are taking advantage of this are thriving. They're excelling, and it's not at all what you mentioned earlier. Someone said that race to the bottom. It's anything but that.
No, it is. It's anything but that. It is a race. It's a race to get to the market. It's a race to, capture brand, and capture traffic, and, really take ownership of this market. It's really a little bit of, still in the beginning stages. Like, it's grown really fast over the past couple of years. I think we've seen 30% year-over-year growth rates for almost 3 years in a row now of online parts purchases, OEM online parts purchases, specifically. So there's a lot of opportunity for dealers to get in and kind of capture their market share and capture these customers and make them loyal advocates for their brand.
Dealers have been doing this for a while in the sales department with new and pre-owned cars. I think of different tools that have been out there for a while, V-Auto, and of course everybody's got the vehicle display images online as well. But now it's come to parts, Mike, and it's in a big way. And this is, if pardon my phrasing, this is going to revolutionize the parts industry.
Yeah, no, it is going to revolutionize it. And by doing these things, it's really just taking it to the next step. First we had parts online and just having them online was, a big step. Okay. But now, we're improving the experience. We're making it better for the consumer. You make it easier to find. Related parts is like another great example, right? So when someone's on a page for a part, showing them parts that consumers also buy. And it's very similar to the Amazon experience, right? When you're shopping on Amazon and you're looking at something, Amazon's like, hey, people that bought that often buy this, and that with that part. So presenting parts to people that go with the thing they're buying.
Mike, how do we start? How does a dealer get into this? I know you and I have talked before on some of the events and after dark shows that, it may not be an overnight success to get in. They've got to get started. What are the early steps to doing this?
Yeah, I mean, the first step really is, making a commitment to selling online and getting in, realizing it's going to be some work. I'd say most dealers, it takes, 9 to 12 months to really get up and running at a good clip. Obviously, I'd say first step is, visit our website, book a demo. My email's at the bottom. Email me and I can, connect you with someone and we can run a demo and show you how it works and, talk pricing and all that stuff. But yeah, first step is reaching out.
I love it. And you're the marketing person at Revolution Parts. You're the VP marketing. You're helping dealers now, because I don't ever recall that we marketed my parts like at all. I mean, zero, right? I mean, they were just bought over the counter and that was it. And that experience was not a great experience. I know, having worked in the dealership. You're changing all that.
Yeah, no, we market parts for, I run an agency here at Revolution Parts and a marketing team. Our agency markets parts for almost 500 dealers. We have like 2,000 dealers on the platform. And we see a lot of great success for, these dealers that we work with. And the marketing of parts is really unique too. I know this conversation is digital retailing, but the way we market parts, it's e-commerce. So what we're doing when we market parts online is we're trying to drive an online purchase. So we have a number we measure here called ROAS, which is return on ad spend, and we have another number called ROMS, which is return on marketing spend. So I say, hey Ted, my target for you, Ted, is if you use our company is to get you a 15x ROAS. What that means for every $1,000 you spend on marketing, I'm going to get you $15,000 in part sales. And you're able to track that all the way through from the dollar you spend to the dollar you get in sales versus a lot of, departments in the dealership. They're running marketing campaigns and, trying to generate form completions or trying to get people to come into the dealership. Here you're spending $1 on marketing and you're seeing $10 or $15 go into your bank account. And
that's incredible. That ROI is huge.
Oh yeah, it's huge.
How do I get in? What do we do?
Yeah, give me an email.
All right. Now, and by the way, is that only available to current Revolution Parts dealers or, for dealers who are thinking about doing this? So,
yeah, it's both. So you could be a new dealer or you could, be a current dealer with Revolution Parts. At the end of the day, you have to market your parts, right? So you can do all the beautiful digital retailing you want, but if you're not advertising, then no one's going to see all that effort you put in. So I usually say whether you use us as an agency or you use a third-party agency, or if you do it yourself, there's plenty of dealers we work with that are, really savvy digital marketers that do the parts marketing themselves. But you need to drive traffic to your site and get people to start buying from you. And then you just need to give them that, incredible experience. So when they come to your site, you had to have an incredible experience from a digital retailing perspective. And then when they make that purchase, you also need to continue that incredible experience. You need to communicate. You could put, bounce back stuff, offers in the box when you ship the parts. You can communicate via email with offers when when they buy the thing. And you just want to create a great experience and drive consumers to come back and buy from you again and again.
Everyone, if you want to get in the game, the parts game for 2023, it's Revolution Parts. Mike Rich is the VP Marketing. Mike, give us that email again and the best way to get a hold of you.
Yeah, you can email me, mrich@revolutionparts.com. It's going across the bottom of the screen. You can also visit our website, revolutionparts.com. There'll be a big old button in the top corner that says request a demo. You can do that if you want to, or chat us on the website. But yeah, if you want to start, get a hold of us. It's a great time, get everything set up and launch 2023 with the new parts department.
Mike, I can't wait to see what 2023 has in store. You're constantly elevating our game in parts. On behalf of the Fixed Ops community, Mike Rich, I want to thank you. Wish you and your family a happy Thanksgiving, and thank you so much for all you do for our industry.
Hey, thank you, Ted.
Mike Rich from Revolution Parts here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
There used to be just one good way to sell parts, but over the years, things changed. Today's shoppers have moved online. They're buying cars, and they want to buy the parts for them online too, on their own terms. If you aren't online, those shoppers won't find you or buy from you. And soon, you won't be in business anymore either. Bring power to the parts department with Revolution Parts. It's a software solution built for you to help you sell more OEM parts and accessories so you can start growing more revenue. Revolution Parts takes care of the hard stuff while coaching you to success. Your local and wholesale customers will love it too. It's time for your parts department to join the digital revolution.
Revolution Parts is making it easier for dealers to buy parts from other dealers. Your service drive needs a part today that you don't have in stock, but your neighboring dealer does. With Revolution Parts, all you need to do is log in, find the part, buy the part, and get the part delivered all in a matter of hours. Neighboring dealers can use Revolution Parts to order the parts that they need from you and arrange their own on-demand delivery. Repair shops need factory parts fast too. They know dealer parts are better, but they end up going with aftermarket because they're easier to find and faster to get. Win that business back by making it easier to buy from you instead. When they log in to Revolution Parts, they can find the part, buy the part, and get the part on demand. The shop can arrange for a driver to pick up the part and deliver it directly to them, all in as little as an hour. It's a win-win-win. Happy driver, happy repair shop, happy dealership that's selling more parts. There's one more piece that ties it all together. We call it local delivery. Not only will neighboring dealerships and local repair shops be able to order from you and request on-demand local deliveries that arrive in a matter of hours, you'll be able to arrange reliable, trackable, and affordable deliveries on demand to get any parts order to any customer in the nick of time. With local delivery, you'll be able to order that part a ride, just like you'd order a ride to the airport. Revolution Parts Local Delivery. Get the part there faster, win more wholesale business, sell more parts.
Ready to sweep cancer off its feet? Make sure to scan the QR code on your screen or go to fixedopscares.org and donate to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society now. Ready to meet the A-team? Hear from Rapid Recon are Jennifer, Daniel, and Sam.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. A personal fitness trainer is the solution for the gym. For the dealership vehicle reconditioning process, Recon Edge is the answer. And today, we are going to meet the A-team from Rapid Recon, who are pushing recon performance beyond limits. And today, I'm very, very honored to welcome the team who is with me here today on the panel. They are Jennifer, Daniel, and Sam from Rapid Recon. Everybody, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Good morning. Thank you.
Jennifer, you were on a panel that we did a little bit earlier this year. It was extremely well received. Recon, Sam, is really one of the top subjects right now at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Dan, who would have figured that, right? And Recon is at the top of the list. So I kind of want to come to you this morning and give us a little insight on that. Dan, tell us a little bit about why Rapid Recon did this and what led to the creation of this product, if that's okay.
Sure. So, especially over the last number of years, especially given coronavirus, the market shifted considerably, and process became almost as important as like even locating vehicles. Because if you didn't have a process in order, you wouldn't be able to sell them. So, dealers that were using our software solution, everything had been typically running fairly smoothly, but once restrictions started lifting, dealers realized, wait a second, I really do need a way of implementing these processes much more efficiently with my staff, with even management, whoever it may be. And we actually ended up having dealers ask, well, can you just have someone like our performance management team, can you just have someone come to my dealer? And so that's actually how the program was really born, was a need for it. And once we started realizing that dealers, it really had a very large benefit to having us actually boots on the ground, working with their staff, being able to work on processes on a personal level. The the results have been very much speaking for themselves.
I'm very impressed with the background of all of you today on the panel, including some of that Lean Six Sigma background and process-oriented. Dan, if you don't mind, give us a little bit of your background, and then Jennifer, I'll come to you, and Sam as well.
Absolutely. So I've been in the industry for about 10 years now. Got started when I was in college. I was working with a couple of the different OEMs. I worked with Audi, Lexus, Jaguar Land Rover. And basically, I was on both variable and fixed operation sides, running a number of different reconditioning centers in the Atlanta area. That's a little bit about me.
And by the way, you mentioned to me before we got started that you just landed. Okay, you're on location today and this week. So. Yes. Dan, that's powerful, and we appreciate you being here as well. Jennifer, you got a retail background as well.
I do, yes. I spent 25 years at a one dealer group in Bellevue, Washington, specifically fixed ops, mainly used car reconditioning manager. I also did accessories and some service management as well at the end of my tenure there. And then made the move over to Rapid Recon just under a year ago.
So I think you especially could appreciate the need, for having this performance coach work with the dealer people, and Jennifer, how important that need is back at the dealership.
Oh, definitely. Moving over to Rapid Recon, one thing that really struck me was that although we used Rapid Recon very well at the store, we were probably only using 20 to 25% of the tools that were available. So the performance team, I think, is so important because we can really bring to light all of the tools that you have available to you that you might not know even exist. They really can make a huge impact on your reconditioning.
Wow. And Sam, these tools are important. Talk to us a little bit about you have an incredible background in process improvement.
Yes, I've been in the industry for 27 years. Most of my recon experience is in large volume. I specialize in standardization, process implementation, process improvement, and continuous improvement. As Dan referenced, I'm also trained Lean Six Sigma, and processes are incredibly important. Standardization, increasing efficiency, it's becoming more and more important, and the spotlight's really on recon now and for the future.
Who could have imagined, what would happen in the new vehicle market and in the used vehicle market, okay, this past year, in fact, these past 2 years. So recently I saw a video, and it was taken, I believe, at NADA earlier this year. Jennifer, you and Dan were in the video, and you said that one of the reasons that recon is important is getting cars to the front line faster, which obviously we know. But Jennifer, give us some more insight into that, because you've got great perspective and you've got great experience on this panel here. Why is that more important than ever, especially right now? Here we are in mid-November.
Part of reconditioning and the process that we're trying to get through is getting those vehicles to lot quicker. Now, there's a lot of different pluses to that. You've got a higher turn rate. The sooner you get the vehicle to sell, the sooner you can get a trade-in and replenish your inventory. But we're also talking about building teamwork with the rest of the departments, increasing profitability and sales with parts and service as well.
Dan, anything you'd want to add to that as well, as far as the importance of getting those cars to frontline quicker?
I mean, besides even getting them frontline even quicker, there's also a matter of being able to do it in a way where now all this data that you've been collecting, that you've put into this process, also has to be transparent to the customer. So it's not just the getting it ready, it's how you then present it later. So, and our system and our processes, we allow them to do that.
Wow. And Sam, I imagine a lot of thought has gone into these processes. Sam, dealers historically have not been really good on the process side, let alone sustaining and keeping those processes in place. What are some of the challenges, Sam, there?
Really just creating awareness for a process. Typically, when communicating with a dealer and trying to figure out where your bottlenecks are, all right, so we found the bottleneck. Okay, well, how did we get there? What's your process for detail? Who's accountable for moving the vehicles, making sure they're prioritizing the aging units. Are they paid flat rate? Are they paid hourly? Where are they located on the lot? These are all questions when we start drilling down. There's a lot of, well, I don't know, it was something that they didn't think about before. So actually creating that process, implementing the process, and then sustaining the process. It's helping them create the process that they're comfortable with, maximizing efficiency, and then just making sure they sustain it going forward.
You mentioned the bottlenecks, and we know there are many. Dan, you're on site today. What are a few of the areas in that reconditioning workflow where things can get bottlenecked that end up, as Sam alluded to, end up costing time and money, and they might have a hard time resolving themselves without Recon Edge?
Absolutely. So obviously there's the simple ones, detail, getting the cars just into the shop to begin with for an inspection, so our initial dispatch times. But those are the ones that kind of they're always at the surface. Everyone kind of knows what they are. However, one of the ones that we see really the most impact kind of behind the scenes is actually a dealer's approval process. Because if a dealer doesn't have a very streamlined, very structured, even used car approval process, then what ends up happening is these cars are waiting for an approval, and then ultimately they end up waiting longer to go back into the shop because the technician already took it off the lift. It's parked somewhere off site. It parked somewhere else in the lot. All of this costs time. And so especially when we start diving into processes, we do spend a decent amount of time on approvals, because the whole point, what we can really try to dive in is, can we build a process where these vehicles can be approved before the technician takes it off the lift? You start doing that, and the dealer's overall time to line starts falling.
One of the things that I hear, and I've heard in the past, everybody, is a dealer saying, Dan, for example, why do I need this? I do the reconditioning myself. Why do I need this software? What's in it for me? What are the benefits? Dan, share some answers you might have for that person who's thinking that right now.
So the number one way, and there's really no beating around the bush on it, is if you don't have a reconditioning tracking solution, you have your head in the sand, because you don't actually know what your true processes are, and you certainly don't have an accurate way of recording how long it's taking. So those dealers that are using, a Google, like a Google form or Google Sheets, oh yeah, we have something that's shared, and we text each other. Great, but we have no idea of being able how to track that. So it's the ability to actually track this is what lets you not have your head in the sand. And that's really the biggest takeaway, is you cannot fix what you can't record and what you can't measure.
That's powerful, Dan. Jennifer, I know you just mentioned you worked retail in one location, for quite a long time. I would imagine, working with all these dealerships across the country, you see a lot of best practices, and there's a lot that Rapid Recon can bring to the table, Jennifer.
There are a lot of benefits to having Rapid Recon for your reconditioning process. I had the ability to do reconditioning as a reconditioning manager for the dealership I worked at before and after we implemented Rapid Recon. We were reconditioning at that point probably 300 vehicles a month, and it was chaos to be able to track your vehicles through the process and also track what roadblocks you might have in that process. When Rapid Recon was implemented at our store, we very quickly were able to pinpoint the slowdowns in the process and to clean everything up and really push forward with our reconditioning goals. And our dealerships across the country are seeing that as well. They're going from what they assume is 10, 15, 20 days with reconditioning. And then they're able to, within a month or two, really be able to move the needle and get down to those goals of 7, 5, 6 days, whatever they're looking for, because they can use the reporting that we were just talking about to really signify where the slowdowns are, whether it be in the approval process or detail or just even getting the vehicle to service to right at the repair orders. But the reporting is really what is going to show you those roadblocks.
And Sam, maybe you could speak to that as well as, applying your special investigative skills that you've got. I know there are a lot of dealers who have multiple locations, multiple lots. You got a lot of moving parts on this reconditioning platform.
Right. Well, it's really, as far as Rapid Recon goes, just to speak to that real quick and kind of just to touch on what Jen mentioned, getting the oldest units out, right? So we can get a ton of cars produced, but if we have units that are aging, incurring holding cost, it's really a killer. And there's an incredible focus on that now. And also, as far as like my investigation ability, it's how did we get here, right? So it's not just about identifying the bottleneck, but seeing what created the problem and let's find a solution. Also helping them work with what they have, right? Recon is all about working with what you have. And we have space restrictions. All right, how can we think outside the box as far as prioritization? Is it, putting the wipers up? Is it making sure that we have it closest to the door so the tech's not walking around looking for a car? Is the tire machine located in a more efficient space? These are things that, as far as Recon Edge visits, could really help with visibility and just getting a different set of eyes on there, helping them realize how we can help make things more efficient.
And you mentioned those oldest units, right? Those are the ones that we walk around, right? Yet those are the ones that really, are the opportunity, and you help dealers focus on those.
Correct. Time to line, holding cost, it's a huge issue. I think that it's been kind of put on the back burner for a long time. People didn't realize the importance and how much money is really being wasted, for lack of a better word. So working on those oldest units, the first in, first out, really reducing holding cost and speeding up time to line can just leaps and bounds. Is becoming more and more important. I think the focus just nationwide, in the industry has really shifted.
Dan, this Recon Edge platform, I heard that you had a lot to do with the creation of that for Rapid Recon. To me, it's obvious in talking to the three of you that you are experts in this field. But what would the advantages, Dan, be to dealers of, teaming these experts with the dealership to maximize Recon and that time to line?
Well, the biggest thing is is really just even the process of how we start this. So every Recon Edge is available to any Rapid Recon dealer. Now, typically these dealers are already meeting with myself, Sam, Jennifer, Bradley, Dustin, or basically the entire performance team. And from there, we're figuring out on a regular basis that, okay, this is our areas of focus. We have some issues. Now, from there, it's just a matter of, okay, is this an issue that the dealer can fix on their own? Or is it something where they might need some extra coaching? Or, okay, we've tried fixing on our own and now we do need that extra coaching. So the Recon Edge program is really meant for going beyond the software, where we're now taking that step further, where we really do need boots on the ground. All right, let's dive in, figure this out, implement some new processes, find a measure that works for the entire staff and ultimately the dealer. And then from there, even after these Recon Edge programs, we don't just walk away and, all right, hope it all works out for you. This is something where after that, it's a continuous process. Again, everything's meant to be continuous improvement here. And we're going to be having regular meetings with these dealers after the fact, so we can make sure that the processes that we put in place continue to stay that way. And if things need to be tweaked after the fact, then we can make small adjustments here and there as we continue. But at least those processes have a way of actually continuing versus just having, say, a consultant come in, show you some stuff, and then off they go.
I mentioned the gym reference when we opened this morning, Dan. Why is it important to have that coach working with my key management, my key employees? Why is it important to have that outside force, working with them and holding them accountable?
Well, I think the biggest thing is because you really do need to have people that have been there. You need to have people, we've all led successful operations. And more importantly, for So when inquiries for Recon Edges come to me, we have this amazing team here, right? And best of all is we've all focused in on certain other, kind of different facets of the industry. And so one fantastic benefit of this is when we send a performance manager out to a dealer to look at improving certain processes, we're going to send the right person. It's going to be, we have one of the other guys on the team, Dustin. You want to talk about going into like a forensics when it comes to tech efficiency? This guy, I know how to run technicians. I've run my own operations, but Dustin can run circles, and he used to do it for some of the largest names in the business. So it's one of these things where we're able to figure out exactly who needs to be there. So when they show up, the entire management staff, no one's going to brush anyone off, because everyone knows, okay, we need to fix this. Now we have the right guy to help us fix it, or gal, and we're going to make it, and we're going to overall make that work.
Wow. Jennifer, I'll come to you, and then Sam. Jennifer, what are the benefits? I mean, we've heard a lot from Dan, about having this team of experts working with the dealership as a coach to improve them and get them better and to sustain it. What would you like to add to that?
I think, being in person and coaching and training users on the tools that we have access to and best practices. We work virtually 95% of the time, but being face-to-face in the dealership world, you can make sure that you hit every technician, every parts advisor, every service advisor, all of the desk managers. There's something that is lost virtually when you're looking at someone in a meeting versus face-to-face, and you can make the time in your day to come back around and make sure that you contact the needed people. Most of our edge visits start with a 2-day edge visit. So we'll visit a store for 2 days. But a lot of times, because we're traveling across the country, we might have a couple extra hours before the visit starts, or maybe 3 or 4 hours the very next day before we fly out. And I know that a lot of us, if something was missed, if we didn't touch base with one key individual, a lot of us will go back out to the store for an extra hour just to make sure that we touch base with that person. And you have them face to face, you have their full attention. And that goes a long way versus we could have 4 or 5 meetings virtually, but if you give me 15 minutes in a store, I can accomplish almost the same amount, which is great.
And Sam, it sounds like these processes that Jennifer and Dan and you're mentioning, they involve everybody. They involve the managers. I heard Jennifer mention the technicians. So speak to us about that, Sam. About the advantages of having that coach come in and work with the team, when needed in person.
Right. Well, buy-in is the most important across the board, right? So the leaders believing in the message that they're delivering. Us coming out during an edge visit, like kind of seeing our faces, because, just to reference kind of what Jen said too, our support is second to none, right? And you can do so much virtually, but getting to that point as far as tweaking, making those, okay, we're at this level, how do we get to the next step? Sometimes nothing beats being on the ground and seeing it. Being able to make that connection with the team, the technicians, which I believe are absolutely the heartbeat of the shop, right? Getting that buy-in, and everybody's important. Seeing the value that they add to the company and to the processes. Everyone needs to be bought in. Everybody has their role. Everybody needs to be held accountable. Getting on the ground and creating that connection, excuse me, in the relationship with the team. Getting them bought into the process, you start seeing all you need is buy-in from that one person, then it starts to spread, right? And as soon as they see the win, that's it. Take it, hit the ground running. And the great thing about our team as well, I mean, we have over 100 years of experience, right? Like we've all been there, and Jen and I have done visits together. That's the great thing about the program as well. You can have multiple performance managers on site. We look at things from a different perspective, but we gel really well. And it's been very, very successful having 2 of us there looking at things from a different perspective and being able to connect with the team.
Everybody, we're talking today to the A team at Rapid Recon. It is Recon Edge. Daniel, Jennifer, and Sam are with us today. All right, so Dan, bring it home. If I'm a dealer, first of all, if I don't have Rapid Recon and I want to, get involved, get on the platform, how do I reach out? And if I have Rapid Recon, Dan, how do I go to the next level with this team of performance coaches?
Absolutely. So the Recon Edge program specifically is available only for Rapid Recon users. Now, that being said, obviously, if you're interested, please still reach out to us, because honestly, once we walk you through the system, what just even the standard system benefits of Rapid Recon are for you, is going to be an easy choice to move forward. Now, as for reaching out regarding the Recon Edge program itself, you can reach out to me directly. My information is right at the bottom of the screen there. As well as even through our own support line. And for Rapid Recon users, probably fairly familiar with your account managers. Just ask your account manager to get us in touch, and we'd be happy to go get in touch with you the next day.
And I see your email there, Dan, on the screen. I see a phone number. Is that a cell phone where people can reach you?
Yes, that's my cell. So please feel free to give me a call. Text is probably better. As we're constantly traveling, as I am today, it's one of those things where an email or a text is probably the best way of getting in touch with me.
Super. And Jennifer and Sam, let me come back to you for the last word. Jennifer and Sam. Jennifer first. Anything you'd like to leave our audience with in closing today?
Thank you. I think just reaching out and what they talked about with the process and expectations of your team, I think are very, very important to be able to get those vehicles through to the front line as quickly as possible. Rapid Recon can really help with that, and the performance team, whether you have us come out for an edge visit or not, we're still available for you for virtual meetings, and we're here to help in any way we can, whether that, with setting changes or process changes or hiring a new service manager. A couple of us have been working on that with a couple of our dealers. We really can be a solution for multiple aspects of your business. So please just reach out to us. We're here to help.
It's very impressive. Sam, bring us home.
All right. So, as you can tell, we're very passionate about the product. We all believe in the product. And we've all dedicated our careers to this, right? This is what we're passionate about. We live and breathe this. And it's very reassuring to have a company that we work for that in a product we believe in. Unlimited virtual visits. We're available to you. The Edge is a wonderful option that, we have for our customers. But we would love to talk to you and show you what Rapid Recon can do for you.
All right, everybody. Reconditioning is at the top of the list. This is the A team in reconditioning from Rapid Recon. I want to thank Daniel, Jennifer, and Sam for being with us today. They are known as the Recon Edge team. Everybody, Rapid Recon, the A team, here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Everybody wants to be part of a bigger story. And to see something like this in such a big industry is a big accomplishment.
When I heard about Rapid Recon, I was like, man, that's ahead of its time.
Rapid Recon is the one software that unifies all the departments. You're going to go from chaos to organization.
The whole idea is to take 15 days average to get these cars ready to sell and take it down to 3 to 5.
It's live. You can log into Rapid Recon and see exactly where you are.
We're processing 2,500 cars a month. You need technology to make it more profitable.
And we know the pains that dealers are going through because we've lived it.
We get so much praise for our customer service, and it's because we genuinely care.
If you want to be as efficient as you possibly can, you absolutely should have Rapid Recon as your system.
We're changing this industry in a way that it's needed to change for a long time.
Take a moment now to remove your mask and scan the QR code on your screen to vote for the Best Practice Awards that will be announced at the end of day 3. Remember, every vote counts, so make sure to vote for the 5 speakers or panelists whom you think are the best and brightest on the Fixed Ops Roundtable. And don't forget, you can only vote once. panel is here to show us why it's all about the hours. Please welcome the XTime panel coming up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. This panel is a discussion on finding efficiency and vehicle inventory in the service drive and supporting our technicians with tools that are available. I'd like to welcome our panel today. They are Jordan Najar with Cox Automotive, Tully Williams from the Nilo Company, Mike Weldon from the Hansel Automotive Group, and Marco Zwanenburg from Naples Luxury Imports. Gentlemen, welcome, and welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much,
Ed.
You know, I'd like to start the conversation off, and Michael, maybe I'll come to you first. You know, there are a lot of inventory challenges on the vehicle side right now in the automotive retail and have been for some time. Let's talk about the inventory in your service department, Mike, and how we look at that and how we source that inventory.
Oh, it's huge right now, Ted. I mean, if you get right down and look at it, when a customer comes in, you look at the opportunities that we have in the service drive. You look at how many hours you can sell on that car, or you look at how much gross you can generate on that car, or hours per repair order.
No!
Well, hold on, Tully. I'm not done yet. But, you know, at the end of the day, that's what you're doing. You're trying to drive more gross into the service department. And that's how we make money. It's hours per repair order, effective labor rate.
No!
All that. So what, Tully? Tell me.
And Mike, this is historically how we have tracked that type of thing, and that's the thinking that we've had as managers for a long, long time. Tully, what's your take on that?
Well, I am a little disappointed in my good friend Mike. I know that he's just getting me all riled up, and boy, has he ever. I'm talking about we sell the technicians' inventory as their time they're here at your shop. Do you know your inventory? That's what we sell every day. Parts gross and parts total gross is a byproduct of selling that hour, which you have very little control of at a top level. But we have control of helping the technicians be successful. We have the power of giving them the opportunity to make those great inspections, make those great pictures and video, and give the customers all the opportunity. We are selling great recommendations that we'd sell our family members. That's what we do every day. And yes, we're also in the repeat and referral business. Mike, you got to get it straight, my good friend. We are selling the technician's time, my good friend Marcos, every day. What does he need to do? Go home tired and rich every day.
You know, to your point, Tully, and I knew that I was going to hit a nerve, and I hit the right nerve, and it's really important because that's the way we thought about it in this business. And you and I have been doing this for a long time, and we had an epiphany some time back, and we were looking at it all wrong. We were looking from front down. We weren't looking from the back up, and we weren't looking at our assets. And Marco is sitting he's an asset in a business that generates hours, that produces the gross, sells the parts, and we need to look at our business a little differently. Otherwise, we're going to chase everybody away.
Marco, let me come to you for your perspective.
As a technician, as every technician, there's one thing and one thing only that we sell: our time. That is it. Now, can you imagine you go to work tomorrow and none of your technicians show up? What happens to your parts inventory? It's not moving. What's happening to your hours? There are no hours. It all comes down to the technicians. How efficient and productive can we be? All of us on all levels, A, B, C, even like the master tax of all classes. This is where we need to work on. The technician needs to stay in their bay to make money.
Jordan, Cox Automotive has some amazing tools out there for retailers. What's your take on selling that hours inventory?
You know, I couldn't agree with Marco more that, you know, the time that we have from the time that we show up and the time that we leave is all time that we cannot get back, right? So taking that into account and maximizing his time and all of the technicians' time is, the forefront of this business and making sure that we're evolving with this industry. Our products are designed around efficiencies. So yes, we have a suite of products that is designed to help the technician perform their job at a rate much improved upon from days past. So speaking in regards to, the opportunities that we have in the shop and what we can offer the dealers out there is improved efficiency where we can maximize the minutes that are ticking. So what we do is we offer a digital experience for that technician to capture and inspect a vehicle and stay in his hoist with the use of a mobile application, adding benefits and value to that experience for the customer through media capture. And on top of that, making sure that the efficiency of that workflow is consistent from the technician through the parts department to the advisor, and finally, to top it off, the customer, right? So how quick can we inspect that car and get that in the customer's hands? So with Cox, our goal is to be efficient and maximize that hour and time that Marco is speaking of.
Tully, I like your perspective on it. I know, as Michael mentioned, you had an epiphany a while back. Okay. What brought that on, Tully, and why this focus on the hours? And why is that something that our audience needs to be focused on as well?
Well, I'm going to give full credit to my good friend, as yours as well. Randy Brinkman one day said, Tully, you're chasing the wrong thing. And he showed me what we do every day. And I can't believe it. It was like 15, 20 years ago. But boy, was I wrong when I realized we are only doing one thing and one thing only. And I think that was the epiphany where then my goal was to convince our teams that that's what we do every day. That's not easy to do. No, I just want you to know. You have every 20 group and everybody here fighting the fight about the old metrics. But if we key in pay plans and the entire team, when I mean entire team, I'm talking parts and service managers. I'm talking about counter people. I'm talking about foreman bonuses. I'm talking about service writer pay plans and any other pay plans that you might have for fixed has to come around an hours forecast. Yeah. And the way you come up with an hours forecast is that how many days does Marcos work? He fills out a calendar. I count the W's. W means he works. If he works 21 days times 10 hours is the forecast for my good friend Marcos. And why did I use 10 hours? Marcos doesn't like to work for 8 hours. Marcos doesn't want to work for 10 hours a day. He wants to work for at least 10 hours a day, plus. So we want to make sure we have a forecast that keeps everybody on point. And when we talk about our forecast, we must talk about it on a daily basis. This is not I look at the end of the month and see what we came up with. We talk about where we are on day 1, day 2, day 18, and day 21, 22, 23. We must talk about your forecast hours as a team everywhere. Our parts counter people are helping our technicians like Marcos to be better success by pulling those parts, bringing them to him, ordering those parts electronically. So Marcos does what? Stay in his stall and be productive. I want Marcos to be 150, 200% efficient on his daily allowance. If he's working 8 hours, my goal is to make him 12 to 16 hours per day. I want to monitor how he is doing on his recommendations and make sure that our service advisors and parts department are supporting those great sales. How do we do that? You talk about hours every day. And as you know, Ted, I talk about it probably too much.
Marco,
I don't think we talk about it enough, to be quite frank with you. I mean, the way I look at it, a productive tech is a happy tech. And when the technicians are producing, everybody benefits. From the parts department, we can hire more the support staff. We can, to accommodate the business. Our service advisors are more productive. The customers are happier because they're getting their cars back. I mean, no one ever looks at it that way. We always look at the other numbers, and the other numbers don't really produce the results. They're the result of how you conducted your business, and it's backwards thinking that I think it's time that we need to change. And then some of George's programs, basically, when you lay them out and you start showing people they had that aha moment. Oh my God. And I sit down with a writer today and I'm working on percentages on close ratios on ASRs. I said, all right, let's take it another point. How many hours didn't you sell? How many hours do you need to sell before the end of the month to make up to that? And how much is that worth to you personally, as well as it is to the technician? So to your point, we're talking it up every single day. You have to. Tully, you've been on the bandwagon. I just wanted to join the parade because it's the way you got to think. And if we don't start thinking this way with the advent of the EV and the BEV vehicles and everything, if we don't start thinking differently, I was good at shining shoes when I was a kid, so maybe I can refer back to that.
Marco, how is this music to your ears?
This is perfect. I mean, I'm blessed to work for a great dealership. We have a shop porter who goes and gets us our cars. We use an MPI to communicate with parts, with advisors, and we can see whether work was approved, what was approved, and all I have to do is hit it to, hey, come bring me my parts. So the only times I actually leave my bay is when I go have my lunch or I go test drive a vehicle. But for most of the time, I am in my bay. So if you want to talk about efficiency, you can start very simple with get one or two, depending on the size of your shop porters. Don't let us go out and look for cars. I've wrote several articles about that on LinkedIn about how much money you're wasting with having your technicians, which are 150, 200% effective, looking for a car. It makes no sense. Now, you give me all the digital tools, because seeing sells. If you give me the digital tools, then I can take pictures and seamlessly integrate them with an MPI, and it goes to the advisors, to a customer, and then it comes back, done deal. Perfect. If I have to hop and skip over 7 different applications to get a picture done, I'm sorry, but now I am wasting my time. I am not making money. We're all losing out. We all have to understand that at the end of the day, at the end of the month, it all came from the technicians. We sell the time, we inspect, we upsell, we sell the parts. So as long as dealerships are not catching on to that fact, that we're not the dirty dozen in the back anymore. No, we're the ones that keep the doors open. We're the ones that make everything happen. Make us as productive and as seamlessly integrated with technologies as you do with sales, for example.
You got to tell you, we're not talking technicians anymore. I'm talking assets.
I love it. And Tully, you've made the choice early on to tie in those pay plans. Come back to that again, because you have brought parts and service together, working as one, as I know Mike has as well. Tully, talk to us about that, if that's okay.
Well, I think that, back in the day, parts and service hated each other, and that, I think I'm hoping and praying that most of it's gone. But I think that you really want to get people together as you tie their pay plans together. Our parts and service managers are paid exactly the same pay plan laid out. Service manager gets a little bit more of a percentage, but the whole point of it is that they're working together. So when they submit their hours forecast, which is the number of days their technicians are working, right? Times that by 10 hours a day, that's their forecast. The parts and service manager are on board because they're paid together. Step 2 are your service writers. So you count up the number of working days in a service writer, you divide that by the total hours, and guess what they have? The number of hours per day your service writers must sell to meet their forecast. So now they're tied to the forecast as well. The pay plan is exactly the same as our parts and service manager, except they're paid on their hours and their gross only. Next, the key issue is, how can a parts department help the efficiency of Marcos? As Marcos said, getting parts to them fast. Are they on board and are rewarded when the store does well? What do we need to do? We need to make sure their bonus is tied to our forecast percentage. They get a chunk of money if we hit 110, 120, 130%. They make more money for them and their families, is all tied together. So then finally, your foreman bonuses, if you have some, if you have a bonus for your porters or whoever, is all tied to that hours forecast. So now when you're talking hours, when we're broadcasting the hours forecast out to all of our shops, guess what we're all thinking about? Selfishly, how much am I getting paid for me and my family? Yes, but we're talking about the store focusing on the one thing and one thing only, is your tech's hours forecast, making sure we make sure that Marcos goes home tired and rich every day.
And Jordan, to these tools that you've got available at Cox Automotive, going back to your point earlier about the consumer, what we're really doing is you're making this convenient for customers, and you're helping to build trust and transparency with that consumer through these tools, which is helping the dealer accomplish their goals as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So Marco mentioned earlier, being efficient, staying in the stall. Tully, speaking to pay plans, tying them into the parts department, the service advisors. What are we talking about? We're talking about cohesive, collaborative efforts, right? And ultimately, what this creates is a wonderful experience for the customer. And if we can accomplish that cohesive work relationship in an efficient way, we can maximize and ensure that that customer comes back. So in regards to the tools, we want to make sure Marco is supported with these fundamental software tools, where we can capture the video, the pictures, and we can get that to the parts department in an efficient, timely manner with ease to quote, and then that can be easily handed off to the advisor. Well, everyone can stay at their workstations, but also communicate remotely with each other. So with that team effort and pay plan goal in mind, everyone is on board to get that technician's hours attached to parts, loaded up with the advisor, reviewed, and in the customer's hands within minutes. So the ability for these products to play a tremendous role in our hours being sold is not only to capitalize on the initial concerns the customer comes in for, right? But let's identify what else that car needs, right? So we can take those hours, Marco, and we can package those up with a complete quote, and we can send that to that customer within minutes. Now, the beautiful thing about this package quote is no different than UPS, for example. All right. Our technicians are in the warehouse. They're doing the work. They're packaging up, the desired deliveries, loading those onto the trucks for the parts department, and we're giving those over to the advisors to have delivered. It's no different for that advisor's responsibility to get that package in the customer's hands and get it quickly. Amazon's a multi-billion-dollar company for a reason. They figured it out. They can get your products to you and they can get them quick, right? So efficiency, getting that quote in the customer's hand, and the ability to be interactive. So here I am as a customer. I'm not necessarily available by phone, but here I am with a text message with a beautiful photo of my ball joint that's falling apart from Marco, and the ability to approve, see the video picture, and send it back to the store within minutes of receiving it. So while that car is on the hoist, we want to be very conscientious of the time that is spent from the time it's put up to the time that it comes down. So maximizing those minutes is crucial.
Yeah, and I think also, Jordan, it comes down to retaining our business. I heard the phrase somewhere, repeat and referral business, and that's really what we are in. Tully, perhaps you could speak to that.
So I think that, Jordan's spot on. When you look at it, what we're trying to do is that are we easy to do business? Because the holy grail is retention. The holy grail is repeat and referral. And our goal is that the best hour, the best car for Marcos to work on is what? The car on the rack today. So we want to make a product that we can use that XTime provides for us is that the technician can do a multi-point on their phone, tablet, or PC, whatever they want. I don't care. The next is they mark it easily. When they have a recommendation, we want them to take a picture and or video of everything. Why? Because we know that we will double our sales if we take pictures of red items and yellow items. Right. So our goal is to make sure that we get those yeses on those quotes. So when we build that quote, parts department does their job. God bless every one of them, putting the parts in. The service writer caps it all together, sends it to the customer, and guess what the customer does? Uses their thumb to say yes, and then it sends it back to Marcos, say, Marcos, fix my car for me, my good friend. The parts gets notified. We ship the parts out. This is the holy grail of our businesses. It's too hard to say yes sometimes. We play phone tag. Can you believe it? We all know that we answer the phone not very well, but we can answer text and we can answer it. So what? Marcos stays in his stall. The car is on the rack. the parts get ordered, and we get a yes answer today. And guess what happens? Our customers who pay the bills are extremely happy. Why? Because they trust us with the pictures and videos that Marcos does for us. And it's easy to say yes. My shop just sent me a picture of my car, and I need a cabin filter. Yes, boom, we get it done.
Mike, your take on making it easy for the customer.
Oh, it's essential. And to Tully's point, it doubles. And the thing, and the surveys tell you the outcome. The customers say, I appreciate the honesty. I appreciate the clarity. The customers get it and they look at it. The videos really help if you got a mechanical issue that they don't fully understand, because some people look at their car and that's the first time they've seen the underside. But you can show them a video, you can show them what's going on with the vehicle. And then if you walk them through, the important thing is when you send it, you got to follow up with a call, because most people are not mechanical. So we make sure that within 5 to 10 minutes, the service writer is calling that customer, says, do you have any questions on the information I just sent you? Car's on the rack. I can get it done for you today. I have the parts in stock. All I need is your approval. If you can approve that, then we'll get going on it. If they have any questions, or if the customer says I'm on a budget, you then work the customer through a process. Well, this is what you should do today, or you need to do today. This is what you can probably do later on down the line. So you have that ability to communicate with the customer until you get into their comfort zone. And guess what? To Tully's point, it's repeat business. It's retention. These customers come back numerous times because they know they can trust you. You're not trying to go for the jugular, and you're just being upfront and honest. Why we didn't transition to this years ago, I don't know, but I tell you, it's an epiphany, and I'm not turning back. I can't. It's too exciting to see customers really get excited about it.
Yeah, and we are here now. Marco, I need your take from the technician's point of view.
From the technician's point of view, they're called lifts, Ted, not hangers. Speed is of the essence. When I check out a car, when I diagnose it, when I do my MPI, I need to have clear, precise, and speedy communication. Taking a car back off the lift, bringing another one in, I am losing time. The faster we can get this process going, but I make my recommendations. Here's my images, my videos, my explanation. Parts, boom, goes over to the service advisor. Service advisor knows immediately that the car is A, on my left, ready to be worked on. B, the parts are here. If the parts are not here, what is the ETA on these parts? So it's an immediate communication, speedy and precise with the customer. We always talk about follow-up. Why do we follow up with customers after the car is fixed? I really like the point that was just brought up. About 10 minutes after this information is sent, why don't we follow up? Sometimes people are like, well, I don't know what I'm looking at. Can't blame them. Sometimes I don't know what I'm looking at because cars get really, really complicated. So follow up with that, but keep the process fluent. Keep it going. Sometimes I'm puzzled as to why we call our jobs fixed ops, because there's nothing fixed about it. Keep it fluid. Keep it going. Speed is of the essence for income, for precise communication, and for efficiency in the entire shop and parts.
There you go. That's it.
Tully, Jordan mentioned that perishable commodity being the time. Tully, talk to us a little bit about unapplied time. Your friend of mine, Randy Brinkman, and I had a conversation about that recently. And how does that enter into this?
So when you look at unapplied time, two things happen with unapplied time. If you have inefficiency in technicians, your unapplied time is high. And the way I look at unapplied time is I want some. You know what it is? It's the overtime rate that we have to pay out. I want it to be large. If Marcos is very efficient, if he's running 150% and has 2 hours a day, God bless Marcos. So the goal is that you must break out your unapplied time to find out the inefficiencies of technicians and then coach and mentor them and show them how to become more efficient. How can they make more money for them and their family? You dissect what happens, because all those hours turn into a huge amount of dollars if wasted hours are in it. Here at the Nilo Company, and God bless America, I'm going to hit on the thing. We have very, 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 I said it too many times, very little unapplied time because of tech efficiency, because our mindset is what? Make our technicians rich and tired every day. If you have that mindset, your unapplied time will drop. If your unapplied time is due to overtime, as long as he is efficient, God bless America. So you got to work hard on what that number is, dissect that number, and then see what really is in that number. Make sure the office isn't putting something in there that don't belong in there.
Mm-hmm. Mike Weldon, your perspective over at the Hansel Automotive Group on this.
Well, I got to take it to a different angle. It's not only the technician and their efficiency and their productivity or proficiency, as we call it today. It's also the proficiency of the service advisor when that vehicle's on Marco's rack and they're getting it back to him in a timely manner, because every time he has to take it down, we're losing time. We can't get that time back. XTime, I love the report that they've got from the time that the RO is generated to the time that it hits the technician, to the time the technician inspects it, to the time that it goes to the parts department to pull the parts, to the time it goes to the service advisor, and then how much time it takes before the service advisor reviews it and gets it back to the customer, and to the time it gets back to the technician and time he gets job done. It's all time. And if you look at that, there's so many inefficiencies in our process that if you use these mechanisms, you can cut down on it, and we can make sure that our assets, to Tully's point, goes home very tired at the end of the day. And I welcome them back with a cup of coffee tomorrow morning, because we're ready to do it all over again.
Red Bulls.
Oh, Red Bull?
Send them home. Red Bulls.
No, Marco. Jordan, I'll give you the last word on this. What do you say?
You know, I think this is a great topic, Ted. And, you know, hours are extremely important, and we got to take advantage of these hours while the car's at the shop. The customer is waiting for that car, right? It is the second most often largest purchase of their life, right? So we want to be sensitive to that. And, you know, maximizing the products and the digital tools that are out there is going to help us all achieve the goals with maximizing the hours and time of these technicians. And, you know, being considerate of those hours. Not every hour is sold, right? Not every hour is sold today. And we're aware of that. We want to maximize that. So using these digital tools, when we don't sell that hour today, Marco, we are automating the integration to remarket these hours to our customers tomorrow. Right. So we want to make sure that we're maximizing the opportunities of these tools that you've invested in today to capture those hours. And we will make sure that we can get that back in the customer's hands at a later time. Maybe it will allow for that approval to come back in the door. So really appreciate the opportunity here. And if anyone has any questions, please feel free to visit our website, coxautoinc.com.
You know, Jordan, if I didn't know any better, I'd say it's all about the hours.
I would have to agree.
Hey, Tully, I would love to say this, is that the power of the XTime suite is this. We talk about all the electronic things, but here's the benefit in this, and I have firsthand knowledge of that, is that we have a partner that helps us be successful. As you all know, if you don't know, Jordan is our performance manager for the Nilo company. Jordan and I talk to each other constantly, and our service managers, service advisors, and even technicians, if he needs to, love Jordan because we're helping them be successful. You know, when you buy a software product, we pay them to come and teach us the product, and then they vanish away. Jordan sometimes has to talk to our service managers multiple times a month. If he needs to, he does. And that is the power of having a partner in a vendor. It is a true partnership to help you be successful, because the way I look at it, if we're successful, then Jordan and I believe XTime is successful as well.
You bet.
Amen. And partnering with both of you guys has been a pleasure. Absolute pleasure. It really is a lot of fun. So it's a great industry to be a part of. And thank you for that, Tully.
Yeah, Tully said he'd let me borrow you, but he's going to sell me your time.
I'll send you the quote, Mike.
Marco, I'll give you the very final word since you are working on those vehicles. Let you go.
What I would like to see, I've been doing this for a long time. I've seen vendors and technologies come and go, but to the point of Tully, having the support from the vendors, not just for 10 minutes where you're trying to set it up, but continuous support. What I have noticed is the vendors that are successful with the products and the software suites are the ones that actually talk to the people that have to work with it and listen to them and actually take our advice, take our word of, well, we don't like this, or this could be better, or actually take that and integrate that in future updates of their software and their product. And this is where you win. You have to listen to the people that are actually having to do it. On paper, everything looks great. So did the Titanic. And look what happened.
Love it. We'll have to leave it there, everybody. Cox Automotive has the tools to help you sell more hours, that vehicle inventory in the service drive. CoxAutoInc.com is the place to go. I want to thank our A-list panel today, Jordan Najar from Cox Automotive, Tully Williams from the Nilo Company, Mike Weldon from the Hansel Automotive Group, Marco Zwanenburg, technician extraordinaire from Naples Luxury Imports. Gentlemen, I want to wish you and your families a happy Thanksgiving, and thank you so much for all you do for fixed operations.
Thank you, Ted, for everything you do, and happy Thanksgiving.
Thanks for everything. Same to y'all.
Cheers.
The Cox Automotive panel here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Dial up your team. Maximize service profits. Get more vehicles through the service lane in less time and maximize the opportunity of every RO. XTime is the partner that boosts the efficiency of your technicians and advisors while creating superior service experiences for your customers and additional revenue for your dealership. Unlock the power of your service teams. Build consumer trust and dealership transparency. Make more money. $110 more per repair order. Profit in the face of change and elevate customer satisfaction with innovative technology across the service experience. From appointment booking and self-check-in to online approvals and payment, satisfy consumers' demand for easy, convenient service appointments. With Schedule, Engage, Inspect, and Invite, the 4 products that make up XTime Spectrum. Maximize your service department's potential with online scheduling, pickup and delivery options, and robust shop management. Boost customer retention and dollars per RO with seamless check-in, instant access to declined services, and text communication. Inspire consumer trust while boosting revenue and shop efficiency with digital inspection processes and proactive communications featuring photos and videos. Assess unsold shop capacity and recapture declined services with powerful service marketing and communication tools like text marketing. XTime is part of a set of solutions that wield the power of Cox Automotive. Dealer.com, Vin Solutions, XTime, and DealerTrack DMS are stronger together. And when your marketing, sales, service, and operations are all in sync, you win. Deliver next-level consumer experiences and enjoy efficient workflows across all departments. Dial up your team. Maximize service profits. XTime. Secure your demo today.
We're ready to sweep cancer off its feet. Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable Dare to Dream event.
We encourage you to dare to dream by scanning the QR code on the screen or going to fixedopscares.org to make a donation to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society.
Kids, they're just different than us. They have no inhibitions, consider silverware optional, and are way more flexible. And when kids get really sick, they're different than us too. That's why over 3 years ago, we dared to dream bigger when it comes to treating young people. Rethinking existing approaches that were causing devastating short-term complications and lifelong side effects. We created a children's initiative with the goal of transforming treatment and care through advocacy, education, and the largest global clinical trial for kids with blood cancer. It's a giant leap for little patients. For the first time, a specific treatment can be matched to a specific type of cancer in a specific child. We want to inspire more and more people to aim higher and think differently about children's blood cancer. So starting now, the Children's Initiative will be known as the Dare to Dream Project, expanding our efforts beyond families directly impacted by blood cancer to tell a much bigger story to a much broader audience. A simple message that kids are different, and finally, their cancer treatment will be too. It's a global effort that invites others to dare to dream with us as we work to raise $175 million. What started as an idea is becoming a movement, proven that amazing things happen if we just dare to dream. The Dare to Dream Project from the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, transforming treatment and care for kids with blood cancer.
Up next, we've got the Jersey Boys with Brian Pasch, fresh off his latest conference with our own Ted Ings.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Brian Pasch is an extremely well-known figure within the retail automotive community, very respected. I like him because he grew up in New Jersey as well, and
Yeah,
he's a great retailer friend. Brian, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Well, it is an honor to be here, and this is the first time that I've been on the roundtable, so thank you for the invitation and an opportunity just to talk to a different audience about things that are exciting for dealers.
Different in some ways, but the same in many ways as well. You know, we've got a lot of dealers and general managers and decision makers, which I know you share your audience as well with your events. And congratulations on the event that just concluded here in the last couple of days.
Yeah, you know, Palm Beach is an amazing place to bring automotive professionals, and the O Resort once again met all the needs of the attendees, and we had great discussions. And well, we're looking forward to 2023. We have a lot on our plate.
Yeah, we've only got about a month and a half left in the year, and then we're in 2023. So I got to tell you, Brian, at the last Fixed Ops Roundtable, the number one discussion that kept coming up over and over again was the phones. And it was not very scientific. It was, how come we can't answer the phone? A lot of the basics, right? So I think that digital voice assistants right now is a very timely discussion. And I got to ask you, why do you think the topic is so interesting after all this time right now within our industry?
I think a lot of it has to do with two factors. Number one, drive for reducing cost of operation. You know, the OEMs have been, well, reducing, warranty pay. They've been reducing rebates and incentives. They've been backloading payouts. And so dealers are really laser focused on how do I reduce my operating expenses? And number two, labor. The great resignation or the silent resignation is a real thing. And there isn't a dealer who's watching here today that isn't struggling with finding people to fill holes. And what a digital voice assistant does is take those repetitive, easy, maybe even sometimes monotonous tasks off of the people that you want to retain so they don't, want to jump out the window and can focus on tasks that they can actually make more money on, which would be outbound calls to contact consumers who haven't been in a while for service.
And you did a research report recently. I want to ask you about that. But before I do, it's very well known in our industry that the phones ring more at certain times of the day than at others. And, that people want to get through at certain times, but that may conflict with the dealership employees being a lunch hour or a busy time as well.
Yeah. So I want to encourage every dealer and every fixed ops director who's listening today to ask someone to show you the call volume analysis by hour of the day. Now, it may not surprise you that Google My Business is the number one way in which consumers find the phone number of the dealership, and on their mobile phones, they're clicking. Google provides a graph of the peak times for phone calls. That's one, right? Those are phone calls from search. And then, of course, if you have a switch, you can also do that as well. And of course, it shouldn't surprise you that that 11, 12, 1 o'clock hour, the peak is there. And what do we do when we are understaffed or people call out sick or the BDC has problems? There has to be a backstop for dealers that is affordable. And that's where I think the digital voice assistants come in as a not only a stopgap, but as a new way to do business.
And as you know, there are a lot of names out there now in this digital voice assistant category. I have to ask you, why did you decide to do the research report on Brooke.ai specifically?
Great. So, for the last 10 years, we have two, consistent roles at our organization. One is we give out technology awards each year. They're called the AWA Awards. And then we do research reports. There's two types of research reports. One, where we believe that the industry is missing something and we're funding that research. And then others are funded by the company like Brooke.ai because they understand we have a unique perspective and respect for the dealers. So we, in partnership with a company, when we do a research, we say, look, we want freedom to talk to your customers. We want freedom to talk to customers who've left you. We are going to talk to customers of other products. And what the research report does is twofold. Number one, gives a feedback loop to the company based on our research. And then we distill what we find and present it in a format that's much more meaningful than a case study. It's really a tool for dealers to evaluate different technology platforms in a more holistic way.
Wow. Brian, what stood out to you when you were speaking to those dealers using Brooke?
I think the first thing is almost everyone said they didn't believe it was going to work. Just flat out. Is like, I don't use digital voice assistants myself, so I don't think it's going to work. And I try to remind dealers that when Facebook first came out, general managers say, I don't use that Facebook thingamajigger, and I don't use it, so I'm not putting money. Fast forward, dealers spend thousands of dollars on social media advertising today. Just because you don't use it or like it doesn't mean that the largest Fortune 500 companies use digital voice assistants all the time. So there's been some reluctance. So the number one first common thread was didn't think it was going to work. The second thing is they didn't realize how many dropped calls or missed opportunities they had. And I think that, and Ted, you've had wonderful call tracking companies over the years as part of your roundtables, the call reviews, the car wars, the interactive tells. These companies have been around a long time, Call Source, and they are pretty consistent on a high percentage of calls never get connected with the right person. What the digital voice assistant research showed us is that much of this data has been around for so long, but no one had a solution. Meaning, if you looked at Car Wars presentation 5 years ago and today, it would probably show the same data. So what a digital voice assistant is doing is finally saying, here's a solution that would allow more of your customers to get exactly what they need on the first call.
That's amazing. And you're so right in that even the best dealers, Brian, they realize and have found that easily 25, 30, 35% of their phone calls, most of which are going into fixed ops, into that service department, do not get answered at the best of stores.
Yeah, and it's not a matter of these dealerships not wanting the best customer experience. It's just when you are reliant on physical bodies to be in a fixed place to pick up the phone, well, there's fire drills all day long in the dealership. And the other thing I wanted to mention is that there are different ways in which a dealer can test this technology. Dealers who are a little reluctant can say, well, listen, I don't want Brooke to be answering all the service calls. I don't want Brooke to be the number one. I want to put in a voice tree that says, press 1 to schedule a new service or change a service. Number 2, to check on the status of your vehicle. Number 3, order parts. Maybe they start with the phone tree as just handling those service appointment bookings. But what you'll find out is that Brooke is able not only to book appointments, but to do upsells, to look up recalls, right? To help the consumer book a loaner. I mean, there's a lot of other layers, but what I want to encourage dealers is you can do some testing just to see how many additional appointments you can book, and then get more comfortable with the technology, and then start to open up the DVAs to do more of the front lines, initial response, 24/7, always perfect, always there, and then do call routing to the right people if Brooke can't understand the nature or intent, or if somebody wants to opt out.
I've had a number of dealers, Brooke dealers, on the roundtable who started off with that overflow, if you will, overflow process, making the AI the second or third choice. And now, within a very short, months, Brian, they've come to the realization that they want the Brooke.ai digital assistant to pick up the call the first time right out of the gate, because it's that effective.
Yes. And, I have been a fan of this product category. The other players in this category are doing a wonderful job as well. And I think uniformly, and I don't think it's just because they're trying to sell the software, the testing that I've seen is you have to trust that the DVAs are your best first line approach, meaning putting IVRs in front of a digital voice assistant that can understand any really logical request doesn't make sense. But I'm also practical, Ted. People are afraid to mess up their, revenue stream for appointment bookings, or anything that could possibly hinder their customer experience. And I'm just going to tell them, look, it's worse than you think. And you shouldn't be worried about the DVAs hurting business. It's really just the reality of where you are today. There's a significant improvement, and some dealers are seeing anywhere from 30 to 50% more bookings. And they're saying, well, where's this coming from? And I'm just saying, well, these are just people that were frustrated. Yeah, maybe they called another day, maybe, or maybe they went somewhere else. If you're in a metropolitan area, maybe 3 miles down the road, there's another dealer who could do the exact same service. So I think in competitive markets, the DVA is even more important.
You mentioned the major metro markets. You and I grew up maybe just a few miles away from each other in metropolitan New Jersey, New York. And to say the least, Brian, it's a skeptical dealer audience here. I have seen the dealer audience here who has been under some restrictions the past year and a half, 2.5 years, with what happened in our industry, who were very challenged in terms of manpower and being able to answer the phones. Very reluctant initially, as you said, to take on that AI, and now say, you know what, I couldn't do business without it. It's that powerful and that strong, especially on the service side.
Yeah, Ted. And one of the other things that dealers should recognize is that Proactive Dealer Solutions, the company behind Brooke, in a sense, did exactly what Apple did, right? They blew up their iTunes player for their phone, right? And, I asked the executive team at Proactive, look, you're an outsourced call center, you do BDC work. Isn't Brooke kind of cannibalizing your own business? And I love their answer, say, no, Brian, listen, it's making it more profitable for the dealer and us, meaning we have to staff people in the BDC. We have to encourage people who wants to keep on doing those same repetitive tasks. We want to enable our outsourced call centers to do those high volume tasks, right? Like those outbound calls, right? To get people in. Dealers will pay more, right, for an outbound call that results in a service booking than just handling an inbound call, right? So what I loved about it is the combination of the Proactive Dealer Solutions call center plus Brooke.ai really gives dealers the best of both worlds who want a real person there, or they want help with outbound calling, but they don't want to pay, right? Dealers, want to save money. They don't want to pay for the easy stuff. Let Brooke do the easy stuff. And then you could use the Proactive Dealer Solutions call center to do those outbound calls, declined service calls, lapse service calls. That's where the real money is.
And that's like you said, that's the ones that we need to be focused on and need to be using our manpower for. So amazing with that. And not to mention, Brian, what about off hours? When I make a service appointment, it's not typically during the day. It could be 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. The dealership's closed, and on weekends, on Sundays, on holidays as well.
Yeah, and we can minimize, people aren't expecting the dealership to be open at night. And I think we have to stop saying that, because technology, think about, Ted, you and I are old enough that we would remember we'd book our tickets through a travel agent. We get paper tickets, and God forbid we went to the airport without those paper tickets. We were in big trouble, right? Now we're booking tickets, complex itineraries for travel, hotels, taxi camp. Everything's done 24/7. So if I'm a busy schedule, my check engine light's on. Believe me, at 11 o'clock at night, I want to see if tomorrow at 10 o'clock I can bring that car in, because I got a busy schedule. And the nice thing is that Brooke.ai allows me very quickly to have a conversation, to confirm the appointment, and then to receive a confirmation via email or text. And I think that we just need to stop making excuses that we're the only show in town, so people will put up with our antiquated processes because they need me.
And lastly, it integrates with the technology we're already using, such as XTime. So many dealers are using XTime or a platform like it. Brooke integrates already with that platform amazingly well. And dealers have been using that now for 15, 20 years. So it just makes perfect sense to put the two and two together.
That's right. And I think what you're going to see as more dealers hear about the performance improvements and the increased revenue that a digital voice assistant is providing, they're going to be asking for other integrations to other scheduling tools. And I know Proactive Dealer Solutions tech team is actively working on a number of the more popular integrations. So you know how it goes. Money moves market. So large dealer groups who want integrations and want them quickly, obviously will open those doors with their vendor partners and make sure that Brooke has the access they need to properly dip into technician availability matrices and book appointments properly.
Brian Pasch, last question for today. The research report that we referenced just a little bit earlier, that you highlighted these digital voice assistants and studied, for example, Brooke and their dealers. Would our audience, our Fixed Ops Roundtable audience, be able to get access to be able to see some of the high points in that and some of the data? Are you going to be making that available? And if so, how and when?
Great. For sure. I would love your audience to take a look at what our research team has put together for Brooke.ai. All our research reports are available on a very easy website, brianpasch.com. It's easy to remember. If you know my name, you know the website, brianpasch.com, and right in the menu, you'll see research, and it will show our latest research reports, and you will see the Brooke.ai report there. And there's no cost to have access to the report. Just put in your information, and our CMS will instantly email you the PDF in full color for you and your team to share.
Brian Pasch, so much happening in our industry. 2023 is probably going to be a little bit different year than we've maybe had in the past. And I look forward to welcoming you back because I think there's so much to talk about within our industry, within variable and fixed, and it's really all one today. And it's amazing how our industry has quickly evolved and continues to do so.
Well, Ted, looking forward to collaborating in 2023. And thanks once again for the invitation. And thanks for having the opportunity for me to talk about the great platform that Proactive Dealer Solutions has put together, Brooke.ai.
And Brian, I want to wish you and your family a happy Thanksgiving as well.
Thank you very much. Same to you.
Brian Pasch here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Give the gift of giving this holiday season. Scan the QR code on the screen or visit fixedopscares.org and make a donation to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Our next panel is legendary, featuring Les Silver, David Boyle, Jim Roche, Dave O'Brien, Tully Williams, and Ron Overs. Please welcome our Legends panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Today we have assembled a team of legends, experts in the field, and we are very humbled and honored to welcome the panel. They are Les Silver of Dynatron Software, Tully Williams from the Nilo Group, Jim Roche from WarCloud, David Boyle from TraXtion, David O'Brien from Quantum 5, and with me tonight to help ask the questions is my colleague Ron Overs, who is the publisher of Fixed Ops Magazine. And Ron, let me say this on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable and Fixed Ops Magazine, that we are grateful for everybody who's here tonight on this panel, because you have helped shape these events and Ron's publication to what they are today. So we're very humbled that you're all with us and really excited to be able to ask you some questions tonight. And Ron, to hear what these legends have to say.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting, Ted, isn't it? I think everyone here has contributed articles to our magazine, provided, just a level of thought leadership that's really helped everyone, just do a better job, or at least see what the best of the best are doing out there in the business world today. A few of them have, graced the cover of the magazine. You may have seen this gentleman in the last issue. Thanks, Tully. You did a great job. Really appreciate all of your insights, and it was a lot of fun to work through that together. So really great stuff. You may have also saw at one point the gentleman next to him, Les, has been on the cover, and Les did a great job for us as well, talking about the tech shortages and how that has really affected every one of us. I don't know how this happened, but Ted found himself on the cover about a year ago, and that was quite a lot of fun too, to just talk about exceptional training.
And Ron, if I may, I would like to call somebody who's not with us tonight, but with us in spirit, and that's our good friend Ed Roberts at Bozard Ford Lincoln. Ron, I believe he has been on the cover more than any of us twice, okay? And I've learned from these events, everybody, that once you grace the cover of Fixed Ops magazine, it is now Sir Les Silver and Sir Tully Williams. And Ron, I thought I would add that color.
Oh, yeah, no. And obviously, Ted's a good friend, I think, of everybody on this panel. And what a great guy he is. I spent some time with him last week, and it's just a great time. It's one of those kind of people that you learn something new every time you spend time with him. There's something that he's experienced over his years. And a lot of people don't realize his whole track record of, starting off as a tech and working his way up through to chief operating officer of that great dealership down there, Bozard Ford Lincoln. So it's a lot of fun. So, it's really been great to just work through this whole thing, Ted, with you, and come up and say, let's come up with a few questions for these legends. And again, remember, we started off with experts, and then we were trying to decide, do we say experts or legends? And then when I looked up the definition of the word legend, and it really was, reflecting back and kind of, exasperating or romanticizing someone's past, right? Like maybe they don't have a future, but the reality is all of us are incredibly active today. And we have been around for more than a minute, I think, as they say today, right? And it's been a lot of fun, though. It's a great ride. We've learned an awful lot through this experience, myself as well. And it's just been fun to learn and then share that with people that are receptive to learning and wanting to grow their business. It's really a challenge, when you get on and you start talking to people that maybe don't have the experience level that the other people on this panel have, and just see them, their eyes open, and say, yeah, that's what it's all about. Maybe it's all about the hours, Tully, something like that, and it's, something as obvious as that you may just obviously overlook because you're so caught in the weeds, with today's problem, whatever that is. So what we did is we came up with 3 questions. I'm going to ask the first and the last, and Ted's going to, take care of the final one. And the first question is, as I said, we're all seasoned. We've been at this for, some time. Let's use a graceful at least 20 years. And tell me about a time in your life, in your business life, that was a turning point when you just felt like, wow, now I really get it, or now I really see the direction where my business or my career can go, and how, I can really, make the most of this industry. Les, can we start off with yourself and have you give us some thoughts?
Sure. 20 years is just a small fraction of the time that I've had the pleasure of being involved in this industry. It's coming on 40 actually right now. And there definitely were a number of turning points. One of the turning points actually was my being able to get involved with Boyle and Roche, who were very much a big part of what I was able to do in the industry. I've been involved with New Gen Results Corporation, MPI, or Service Repair Solutions, and now Dynatron Software. Probably the biggest turning point, though, was with New Gen, when Ford Motor Company back in the late 90s decided they needed a strategy for service that's a retail service operation. They were doing so much warranty work, and the actual retail work, customer pay, was being ignored. They went out and they hired one of those $1 billion a day consulting firms, Boston Consulting Group, BCG, who are very, very smart people. Made a lot of good friends there. But they came to the realization that they knew a lot about retail, but they didn't know anything about the car business. And decided that they would ask me to get involved in the project team that came up with their around the wheel and quality care maintenance strategies. And it was a tough decision, actually, because I was living at the time in San Diego, and this required my traveling to Detroit almost every week for almost 3 years. Jim and Dave know the travel schedule that we have as consultants, but I sort of had to set aside any other opportunities in order to dedicate my personal time and effort to those projects. And they were very successful. They put NewGen on the map. We ended up enrolling about 3,500 Ford and Lincoln Mercury dealers through that program. And people might say that it's still around today, and this is, from 1997, 98 to 2021, 22. Tires, anybody heard about tires? Boyle remembers tires and around the wheel. Merchandising and service marketing, Jim remembers that all very, 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 very well at NewGen and Auto Point. So that put us on the map and was really the start of our success.
Sounds awesome, and quite a commitment on your part to make sure that was a success, right? Traveling up there that often, and yeah, we all know the perils of travel. It was never easy. People say it's tough today. It was tough back then. It's never been a fun time, right? It's a real time commitment just to get out, more or less accomplish great things when you get there. So that's great. Dave Boyle, how about yourself? Tell me about a time that you saw a big change in your business.
Well, it's probably bad form if I don't say the day I met Les Silver, right? I think at this point. But actually, Les stole my thunder a little bit because, there's a bunch of things, Ron, over the years that I can call on, but there's two in particular that I want to touch on. And one of them was actually what Les said. In 1992, I was broke, out of work. Nobody would hire me, race car driver. I spent 10 years making a living and doing pretty good at it. And then for some reason, I just got very bad at it and was literally broke. And in fact, I'm not even sure Les knows this story. The day that I went to interview to work for him, I was sleeping in my van, believe it or not. I was broke. I had spent every dime that I had ever made trying to make a living as a professional race car driver. And thankfully, he hired me. I'm not to this day sure why, because I didn't know anything. I remember the first dealership that Les sent me to, I was in a service manager's office and he kept using this word spiff. And I wrote it down and I ran back to the office the next day to find somebody that I wouldn't be embarrassed to ask what that meant, because I didn't have a clue. And so I think back on those days, I certainly have come a long way, but I suffice it to say, I owe a lot to Les and the NewGen days, and also took a chance and hired me again at MPI and SRS. And the second thing, Ron, really comes from my experience there. When we started MPI, the goal was to create the first digital inspection tool, right? So we had, technicians doing inspections on Toughbook computers, and we, digitized what had been on paper forever. And we were on a roll. People loved it. We were doing really, really well. And like a lot of technology companies, I think even to this day, we couldn't help ourselves in terms of making it more and more cool every day we turned. And I remember this day vividly. I don't know if Les does, but I remember this day vividly as well, sitting in his office. And the conversation turned to, we may have actually made it too good. And what I mean by that is we made it hard to use. We really did. I mean, it was so feature rich in some cases that the average person got lost trying to figure out how to use it. And I remember that day because to me, it was like, technology has to be good. It has to improve a process, but it also has to make somebody's life easier, right? It has to make things easier. And if you don't click the easy button, so to speak, then I think a lot of technology gets underutilized or not used at all. And it's something I've carried forward into this business here. I say to my team every day, do we need that? Will people use that? I mean, it's cool and it sounds neat and it's sizzly and people might buy it because of that, but is anybody going to use it? And if nobody's going to use it, then we're just not going to do it. And that was probably another turning point that I've learned that I've sort of carried through, every business I've been involved in since.
Wonderful.
Now, Tully would say it was very easy to use because he was one of the star users. So we can go back that far, and that's how long Tully's been drinking the Kool-Aid.
Right.
Well, hey, great insights and great, it's great to know a little history of what you've been through, because, many times look at it and they see today's success of your business and how you're doing, and they forget, down by a river in the van, waiting for a job interview, it's a tough life. I mean, we've all had those days, those bad moments, and it's great to see how well, and your product is just incredible. It really is. Dave O'Brien, let's finish the Hollywood squares, go straight down, and tell me a little bit about what's going on. How are you doing?
These are hard stories. I feel like I wish I'd have found Les, so then I could have joined this club earlier. Right? I should have been helping Les. I think for me, it was the lesson of moving from managing people as if they were things and transitioning to the idea that leadership was about assembling people smarter than me, complementary to me, people who made the whole stronger. And I learned it in a hard lesson. I had the top 2 people on our team quit. Mm-hmm. And they knew I was moving into a new home. So they went to my boss that day with a David Letterman top 10 list called "Why Dave O'Brien's the Worst SOB on the Planet to Work For." And gentlemen, I still have it. It's framed. It stays in my office because I never try to let myself forget that leadership is about gathering great people, providing them vision, and getting out of their way until they say they need something. And for me, that was formative, right? Because it didn't come natural to me. What came natural was, I'll do it, get out of the way, here I go, you guys follow, do what I say. And when I made that transition, it enabled me to develop business and to develop a culture that caused people not to leave, right? And I'm grateful for the lesson. It did suck while it was going on. I won't kid you. When my boss called me in and he goes, did you do these things? And I go, well, wait a minute. And he started to read them to me. I actually got feisty. I said, nobody complained when we were all getting bonus checks. And my boss went, okay, all right, let's take it down a notch. And he sent me off to the Center for Creative Leadership. And he said, go learn and improve, or our next conversation's not going to go well. So mine was that, and I'm really grateful to this day for that opportunity to regather myself and see people different.
Dave O'Brien, there's a friend of yours, a colleague I want to bring into the conversation who's been listening in, who I'm sure might have a story or two to tell us about his success and his path. It's John Traver from Traver Connect. John, welcome.
Look at this crew. My goodness. I'm late for the party, but what a crew you put together here, Ted. Guys, how's everybody?
We're good, John.
Great to see you, John.
We made a Packers joke while you were gone, but we didn't do anything else without you.
Oh, yeah, you did. I'm sure you did. Kick a man while he's down, right?
Well, hold on. I want to hear Jim Roche's story, and then, John, we'll come over to you because we're hearing some amazing stories about tough moments in business. And, Jim, if you wouldn't mind sharing.
Sure. Thank you. It's a great question. Everybody on the call is a serial entrepreneur, right? We create companies. And you create your own turning points based on the leadership principles that you learn over the years. And I was recently doing an all hands for War Cloud, which is now about 80 people. And I was taking them through War Cloud's leadership principles. And there were 5 that we were talking about. 3 of the 5 I learned from Les. He has, to this day, he has something he calls Les's 6-pack for success, which are his 6 leadership principles. So, you know, those things help us create turning points as entrepreneurs. I think the latest turning point, because there have been many, as we have all said throughout our careers in the various companies we've been involved in. The latest at War Cloud, you know, we have technology that automates warranty processing. And, you know, we go out and would ask people, would you like some technology that automates warranty processing? And, you know, people are like, I've got plenty of technology. But rethinking and putting yourself in the customer's shoes. And the realization was that the current method of processing warranty consumes 12% of gross. So reframing that, not to, hey, would you like some cool technology, but would you like to get some more gross back by reducing the cost in warranty processing, has really, really turbocharged what the company is doing. But I can trace those back to some of those leadership principles that, you know, let's call it the Les Club, has instilled in us over the years.
Wow. Everybody, we're talking tonight to this afternoon to the legends in our automotive business. They are Les Silver, Tully Williams, Jim Roche, David Boyle, Ron Overs, Dave O'Brien, John Traver. What a lineup. And we're finding out a turning point in their careers that has led to rapid growth in their business, in their companies. We've heard some amazing stories. John Traver, I'm sure you might have a story that you'd like to share with the group.
Well, Ted, when I saw this question, and I thought Ron did a great job of crafting that question, I remember when you and I met in '93. I think the turning point that I reflected on after reading the question was back then. All I was trying to do with business development was update an outdated sales process. What I saw, I was selling in 1986 at Russ Darrow in southeastern Wisconsin. Dave O'Brien and I met circa 1988 or 90, whatever it was, Dave, something like that. Les, you were already with Dave, and you were getting ready to do New Gen, or you were pretty close to it most likely at that point, because I ran into you at Fred Anderson's store in 94, 95 in North Carolina. But, you know, so what I was trying to do back then was update an outdated sales process. And I felt like predictable showroom traffic was that solution. Appointments would be the vehicle. We were fortunate. We got a phone call from Toyota at that time. We were in 8, maybe 10 of their top 25 stores. Tony Fujita called Toyota USA, and he said, look, we may be interested in talking to you. It was a very short phone call, half hour, 20 minutes. Another call came a month or 2 later. John Matt, VP of Sales, wants you to come out. We have the software program we want you to look at. And then that turned into some workshops. And for the next 4 years, I would speak with Toyota stores around the U.S., and this idea would sort of unfold. The turning point, though, was that you had somebody, you had other initiatives that lined up with your initiative. And I think sometimes, you know, there are a lot of good ideas that die roadside. Part of success with ideas is timing. I like to say that the cell phone in 1980 would have been a horrible idea. You know, it's just a tick early, right? Yeah. When Steve Jobs came back to Apple, guys, in 1997, they had, do you remember the old Newton? How many of you guys remember the Newton?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay. And so Steve comes back to resurrect the company. They're in trouble. And the first thing he does is scrap it. And they had been working on that product for, I want to say, 2.5, 3 years. And they had just kind of gotten to break even. And he said, nope, not now. Looking back, one of the reasons he waited was he was waiting on the internet. He said, look, we need a telephone to go with that. We're not there yet. So timing. And I think turning point for me was just realizing that move and how important the timing of that move was. Ted, you and I bumped into each other at GST. I think it was 93, you know, during that visit. And, you know, here we are a couple couple of years later, and still finding ways to hopefully make meaningful contributions in this space.
Ron mentioned that. Ron mentioned that although these are legends, Ron, everybody is not only relevant, but extremely relevant in our industry today, Ron.
So true. It's so true. And that's what's exciting about it, right? Because, we are passing that information on to other generations that, need to pick up the ball or grab the baton running and not relive, our errors of the past, right? And just start all over. So it's great to see. Tully, tell us about yourself. Where's a life changer for you?
Well, what's interesting is that Les came on and he said, I've been in this business over 40 years, and I'm scared to say that. I'm close to you there, my good friend. And there's two things that changed my world, and I think changed the industry in my world. First is my good friend Les flew out to John Anderson Chevrolet, and he came out and showed me this electronic inspection program. And I am telling you, I was hooked, line, and sinkered, because I realized that the inspection process, way we did it today, with someone going with the pencil, doesn't work. And we have an ability to communicate with our customers. And by the time they sent out the teacher to come out and train, because, it was all about the training, I've already came up with probably 8 different inspection sheets. And then I realized, oh my God. So then the excitement got in and we got the team set up. And then when I moved to the next dealer group was DG, is that I said, Les, I want to self-install. I had to go to NADA, kiss the ring, and ask the man, can I self-install my own thing? Because I know this product inside and out. And he was so kind and blessed to say yes. And I'm telling you, Les, I call you the father of the electronic inspection. The electronic inspection in my book has changed fixed ops forever. It could never be what it is today. We have, of course, made it better, but it started with your things that I talk about. I talk about same-day selling, which is your closing ratios of all the different categories, and I can't thank you enough. And the next big pillar for me, as everybody knows, is when I decided that the matrix from the old 20 groups do not work, and it's all about the hours. And my good friend Randy Brinkman one day showed me, slapped me across the face and says, you're looking at it all wrong, my good friend. We only sell one thing. And then I went, oh my God, you're right. I apologize to everybody. And I've been stuck on the hours kick, and it's slowly changing. Not all there yet, but to me, thank you, Les. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, David Boyle, for MPI. Thank you for making that change for this industry. And again, I want to say thank you, Randy Brinkman, for getting my eyes open to what we actually do in the service drive is still hours.
Tully, can I follow that up with a question for Les? And Ron, this is not something that we necessarily planned, but following up on that MPI, Les, I speak to people all over the country, and they say that you are the father of that electronic inspection, and I know it to be true. I heard recently, Les, that when you came out with a multi-point some years back, that was not necessarily going to be the primary product that you were going to be marketing or selling at that time. And that kind of came along the way. I don't know if that's true, if you want to speak to that, but I think that would be fascinating again to address.
Yeah, that in fact is very true. The first problem we were trying to solve, and talk about timing that John talked about, was around technician productivity, and our first product in that space was to take all of the service manuals that all of the OEMs published and to put them in electronic form and make it easier for the technicians to gain access to improve productivity. The only problem was they didn't have enough work. So improving productivity didn't do anything that was substantial, didn't really provide a benefit, because unless you could get more hours, Tully, there's no payback from being more productive. Mm-hmm. So we kind of switched gears and said, well, what can we do? And we had done vehicle inspections way back in NewGen on a piece of paper. And this is an interesting story. I was flying on an airline called Western Airlines, doesn't even exist anymore.
Yeah.
And they have a magazine on the airline, and there was an interview with a technician, an airline technician. And they asked him, and Boyle remembers this, because this was a heart of what we did at NewGen. The technician said, if you treated your car the way you would an airplane, what would you do? And he said, you'd inspect it, you'd make sure that the oil was, current, and if you did, it would last 50,000 or 100,000 miles. And we took the picture of that airline technician out of that magazine, and we slapped it on the backside of an inspection form, and we called it an airline-style vehicle inspection. And our customers, it caught on, and they had these posters that we put up in the service drive, and everybody wanted an airline-style vehicle inspection. All we did at MPI was automate that. The concept was already there, and we said, let's make it easier, let's make it more effective by doing inspections on a world-class basis.
If anybody wants to see that poster, I still have it.
Today, by the way, it comes in terms of timing.
I have that poster. I have that poster on my computer, and Les tells this story, and there's some pieces that need to be added to it. That product, by the way, was called ARGIS, Advanced Repair Guidance Information System. That made a lot of sense back then, right, Les? I was salesperson number one for that product, and Les was convinced that I could go and sell it. And I remember the first time we got somebody to actually buy it, I actually think I may have shed a tear in the parking lot, because I'd never worked so hard in my entire life to sell anything. And I used to think I was pretty good at it. And I'll tell you something. And I remember, and there's another poster that became part of our arsenal at MPI, was I had sent, this was back in the BlackBerry days. We had taken a picture of a technician. I think it may have been at Ed Witt's dealership, Les, in San Diego. And the tech was sitting in his bay on a stool reading the newspaper at 2:00 in the afternoon. And I remember showing this to Les. I'm thinking, this is why we can't sell this, because these guys don't have any work to do. And lo and behold, that picture became one of our signature PowerPoint slides when we turned into the inspection side of the business, because it was, don't let your techs sit around like this with nothing to do, find more work for them to do. So it's really a crazy story that we started off with one thing, and how quickly we pivoted, to Les's credit, into something else. And like John said, it was just, timing was just, great product, bad timing.
Well, and we're now at the point where the original concept of technician productivity is now the issue. It's, just gone crazy how difficult it is to get work through the shop, to find technicians, to get them more productive. So comes full circle.
Yep.
It focuses where the focus needs to be done, right? It's great technician recommendations that we'd sell our family members, that we sell our customers. And it's interesting how that has come along so far. And we're actually talking about it more today than we ever have, ever.
Les, again, thank you for all that you do for this industry. I got to follow up on that. Everybody on this panel has been involved in the development and sale and, if you will, the marketing of your service or a product. Can you think back to a time, Dave, your story resonated with us, of a time when it was a difficult sale, that you mentioned, coming out of that meeting and, having a tough time, convincing others, and, how you pivoted as well. Jim Roche and Dave O'Brien and John Traver, you're welcome to chime in, because I know it was not an easy road for you gentlemen as well, on the path to where you are today.
Well, 2008, 2009 was not a happy time. Mm-hmm. And, we're sitting there. We started with the premise that if you were doing automotive service, you might be a little bit buffered from other parts of the economy, that cars do need to be fixed under all circumstances. And a lot of our pitch to possible investors were, we were kind of a little bit shielded from the reality of the world. Then 2008, 2009 hits, and we had a chance to test that premise. And we found that we weren't as shielded as we thought we might be. However, something happened in 2008, 2009 that saved us. And that's the OEMs laid off tons of good people. And those people needed to live. They needed to work. And we were able to corral, and this was Boyle's actually idea, we corralled these guys as lead generators, because what we found was the dealers who were still looking to be in business 10, 20 years from now, they had the opportunity, if they had a trusted referral, to say yes to something, where nobody else did, because the hatches were battened down. Nobody was buying anything, except the dealer could say yes. So we corralled a group of people that knew dealers personally, where it wasn't a salesman making the call, but it was somebody that was opening the door, that there was a trust relationship. And that opened the door for us, and that saved us.
What a story. Anybody else got something like that you'd like to share with us tonight?
I think I'll piggyback off of what Les said. In 2008, the stores that were going to try to make it through that, as I was in the dealerships, is that here we are trying to cancel everything we can cancel to stay alive.
Yes. Yeah.
And what we did is that, you had to look at your product and what was generating profit for you, because it got down to where it was a survival, and rent had to be paid, payroll had to be paid, everything else we could put off a little. And we chose, to Les's point here, we chose to stay with electronic inspection because we saw the value as it was driving great recommendations, which drives repeat and referral business in the shop. I wasn't quite on the hours quick yet, almost there. But our goal was, how do we sell technician recommendations to keep the store generating cash? In 2008, I'm telling you, you needed everything you could. You could get rid of a lot of sales programs, but honestly, the only program that we kept was the MPI program.
If you think about it, it's what Les touched on is really how this industry has evolved. I say this all the time, car dealers are the most resilient bunch of entrepreneurs in the world, right? There's not a thing that hasn't been thrown at them, including what's going on right now in terms of having no cars to sell. And they've managed to survive it somehow. And that's because, they're resilient. But the other thing too is, and this is something I've noticed personally, is they're smarter today than they ever have been, right? And I think part of the reality is that living through 2008 and I had no doubt that they'll come out of this latest, situation where an even smarter again. That's changed for me. I remember back when I started in this business, I used to jokingly say, you go to NADA and there's thousands of vendors and dealers are just lining up to buy stuff. And we used to jokingly say, look, these guys will buy just about anything. And that's not the case anymore. They're very savvy, gotten more savvy, I think, over the years, because of all the adversity they've been through. And, if you don't have a product now that demonstrates, measurable return on investment, makes sense for them, for their people, for their customers, drives the business principles that they want to achieve, you're not going to be in business very long. And that's one of the things that I've tried to learn and evolve. And then as I'm sitting here saying this, I'm thinking to myself, and I'm the guy that went to the tire side of the business. I don't know what. You'd think I learned some stuff from Les, over the years, but apparently I didn't, because, it's, but John, you said something and I made a note, because it's the timing of things, right? When we first started this company, I can't believe it's been almost 11 years now. Nobody wanted to talk to me about tires. And today might be the hottest thing that anybody wants to talk about. Still hard to sell, but a really hot thing to talk about. So I think we were probably a decade too early, but hopefully our time is right and now. So
I want to hitchhike on what David said, though, because John and I have lived really similar lives, where different than the software for less and products that you all brought. We were always on the how do we help develop the human, and John ran right towards it in the early 90s and said, got to have data, and I got to have data about people and appointments and how I made a business better. And I was blessed in my early days doing phone skill training for dealerships, right? And we had this data. John was almost my customer there at first, right? Because we were we were trying to help, but we had baseline data. And today, we don't do anything in quantum without having data. The best decision I think I made so far is that, we bought a data company in ESI Trends, right? And now we have all this compelling data about retention, and Les is talking and Dave's talking about technicians and why aren't we getting them? I keep saying, why are we letting the good ones leave, right? And they're leaving us breadcrumbs about why they're leaving. If we follow the breadcrumbs and we study it. So for me today, I still talk to dealers about data, and I still try and make sure that it's compelling data that allows them to see an ROI, because there's just, John wasn't one of them, but there was just too many of us in training that we were taught by somebody else to say, we can't be accountable for an ROI. Sorry. We don't know what you'll do. We had our list of reasons why, when Tully said, well, how do I know that I'll actually get something out of this? Yeah. We spouted our memorized stuff that our bosses told us. And today, John does it every day. I do it every day. Ted, you do it every day. Yeah. David's team is doing it every day. I think what we concentrate more on is we want to be accountable for an ROI. We want to help make that business better, because today's dealer looks at it and it's a non-negotiable.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Jim Roche, I'll give you the last word on this.
We're sort of talking about how the market has evolved, which we were speaking about earlier. If I look at the last, say, 20 years, I'd say two things have happened to our customers. Number one, I think dealers have evolved a deeper appreciation of service and fixed ops and its profit contribution. It used to be all about car sales, right? We didn't want to talk about service. I remember once, I think Les was on this trip with me, where we visited a very large, iconic dealer who will not be named. And we said, what is your monthly advertising budget? And he said, $600,000. And we said, how much do you spend on service? And he went, about $500 out of 600,000. So dealers' appreciation of and willingness to invest in service has evolved. And I think the service leaders, my observation would be that service leaders now are much more sophisticated and treat the service department kind of like their own business in making decisions. Not that they have total autonomy generally, but there is a higher degree of business sophistication than there was 20 years ago, which adds a lot of interesting dimensions to the technology services that we all sell.
Everyone, we're going to have to leave it there. We're at time, but I think we need to come back and pick this up again. And I really enjoy the conversation we're having here today. I want to thank Ron. The panel that you have helped assemble here is amazing. And I want to thank everybody here today: Les Silver, Tully Williams, Jim Roche, David Boyle, Dave O'Brien, and John Traver, for all you do for the automotive industry, fixed ops community. I want to wish all of you, and Ron as well, you and your families, a happy Thanksgiving, and thank you again for all you do for fixed ops.
Thank you, Ted. Happy Thanksgiving to all of you.
Happy Thanksgiving to everyone. You bet.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, guys.
Ron, nice job.
Well, this is a great time. I mean, this really is. There's nothing better than to sit back and listen to the wisdom that all these gentlemen have, gained over the years and now can share with us. So it's a pretty exciting time.
Hey, can I ask one question before we end this? Hey, Jim, can you send me a list of all those dealers that actually are interested in their service departments now?
In your email.
Thank you, buddy.
We'll leave it there. Everybody, the Legends panel here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Do you have a great product you want to get in front of auto dealers across the country, and specifically their fixed ops departments? Their service, parts, and body shop? For over 15 years, Fixed Ops Magazine has been putting service-related products like yours in front of franchise auto dealers across the country. There simply is no better way to reach every dealer in the USA all at once. Hi, I'm Ron, the publisher of Fixed Ops Magazine, which is both a digital at fixedopsmag.com and print magazine that reaches out to over 38,000 subscribers who influence what products are purchased in the over 16,000 dealers across the country. Fixed Ops Magazine may even publish your article about a topic you are an expert and have a real passion for in this industry. Every article has the author's contact info so they can reach you. Write an article, run an ad, and an e-blast. We call that our bundle for success. You won't believe how great a deal it is. So to get started, call, text, or email me and I'll tell you more. We are 100% devoted to the franchise stores so we don't waste your time or money. We are laser focused on your prospects. Fixed Ops Magazine, the #1 way to get your product in front of auto dealers today. www.fixedopsmag.com. Ron at fixedopsmag.com, 714-803-5476. Fixed Ops Magazine, the #1 way to get your product in front of auto dealers today.
Thanksgiving is upon us, and we all have something to be grateful for. Visit fixedopscares.org or scan the QR code on your screen to make a donation to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. This panel is packed with all-stars. We're saving the best for last. Please welcome the AutoMax Technicians panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. This is the panel that everyone has been waiting for. It's the AutoMax Technician panel, sponsored by AutoMax Recruiting and Training. Our moderator tonight is the owner of AutoMax. It is Joe Lockard. Joe, welcome back to the event.
Yeah, thanks, Ted. It's always a blast. We're getting pretty famous here, and hopefully we can share some more knowledge with the industry and have some fun while we're doing it.
You are beyond famous. You got the A-list here. I want to give a quick shout out because just last month, one of your panelists has been honored by Fixed Ops Magazine. It is Tully Williams from the Nilo Company. It's all about the hours, Joe. And,
Wow.
We're so honored for Tully and Sean Kingery. From what I understand, we have to call him Sir Tully now.
Yeah, he has officially been knighted now. That is correct, sir.
Right,
So kind. Thank you so much.
All right. Joe, I will let you take it away.
Yeah. Before we get started here, I'd like to introduce everybody if we do have any first-time viewers here. Tully, I'm going to start with you since you're the man of the hour right now. Tully's Fixed Ops Director for the Nilo Company, and thanks for joining us, Tully. That's pretty awesome. First time on the magazine cover, correct?
Yes, absolutely. It's a great honor, and thanks to everybody here. And you know what? The Nilo Company been in business for 101 years.
Okay.
We have out in Sacramento, California, 10 rooftops of luxury brands.
Beautiful. I had no idea. 101 years, huh?
It's great because it started, and I have to remind everybody of this, just so you know, is that it started as a Packard Aero service center, which is always good because, most dealers are a little bit more on the salesy side.
Interesting. Beautiful. Well, thanks for being here. Always a lot of fun, always entertaining, and thanks for taking some time to be with us. Next is our technician of the stars, Marco Zwanenburg. Marco is an automotive technician of 20 plus years for Naples Luxury Imports in Naples, Florida. How are you today, sir?
I'm doing great, Joe. Glad to be back on this panel. Let's have some fun, guys. Let's do this.
Absolutely, man. Hi, did you stay safe during the hurricane down there? Naples is what, you Atlantic side?
Yeah, it was pretty bad, but I was blessed. I had no damage to my house whatsoever, but my heart and thoughts go out to the people that were hit hard and lost a lot.
Yeah,
It was not good.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. All right, sir. Well, I'm glad you're safe, and as always, thanks for loaning your unique perspective to the panel. We appreciate it. It's very valuable.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
Yeah, absolutely. Up next, Robert Migliaccio, Service Director for CMA Valley Chrysler Dodge Jeep in Staunton, Virginia. Again, is it Staunton or Stanton? What did I say last time? You corrected me last time.
Yeah, I think you said Staunton, and we say Stanton, so it's all good.
Stanton. All right. Isn't John Denver from there or something? I feel like something with John Denver.
They're crazy around here. I'm still new to the area myself, so I'm still learning some of the culture.
All right. So thanks for joining us. I want to comment on something. I have 3 daughters, and you're very active on LinkedIn. I saw the video of your daughter coming in and selling candy bars to the entire dealership. That was really cool.
That is true. Yeah, it started out as coming to work with Dad to sit in the showroom to take advantage of all the salespeople on a Saturday morning. And
Right.
Our executive manager took the lead on that, pulled her into the Saturday morning sales meeting.
Wow.
And she had to pitch the 45, 50 plus people in the conference room to sell her candy bars on what she had. And it was a blast to watch. I really enjoyed it.
She handled herself really well. That's tough for a kid to walk into a room like that. She did great.
No, it was awesome. It was good to see.
Good, man. Good. Well, thanks for joining us. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Next, Mike Weldon, Mike's Fixed Ops Director for the Hansel Automotive Group out in Santa Rosa, California. How are you today, my friend? What's going on,
I'm
Mike?
really excited to be here today. We've got 8 rooftops and 1 collision center out here in sunny Santa Rosa area, and then plus a collision center, so we get to smell fumes from time to time, along with a cannabis facility right around the block.
Let's talk about that. Forget technician.
So I'm really looking forward to this.
All right, sir. I appreciate you. Outstanding leadership out there with yourself and David Long, and it's always a pleasure to have you on here.
Thank you.
Up next is Robert Stage. Robert, you are CEO and the lead Diag Tech for Stage 1 Mobile Diagnostic and Repair in Columbus, Ohio. How are you, friend?
Very good, Joe. How are you this evening?
I'm good, man. I'm good. What's new in Columbus? We're gearing up for that team up north here in a few weeks, correct?
Yep. Still very busy. Things are going well. Just keeps growing. So can't complain a bit.
Man.
Looking forward to tonight's panel.
Awesome. Yeah, it's great having you. And again, another unique perspective for us that brings a different angle and a different voice. So I appreciate you taking the time.
Absolutely.
Last and certainly not least is my friend Sean Kingrain. Sean, you got news too, my man. Sean is the new VP of Fixed Operations for the Kaiser Automotive Group in Madison, Wisconsin. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you for having me. I'm looking forward to the panel. I look forward to this panel every time, and I think everybody knows I've been on a few different panels, and love this panel. This is certainly one of the panels I get the most feedback from, without a doubt.
Good, man. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I get good feedback. You can kind of tell when people are just paying lip service, but I talk to a lot of people in the industry. I've actually talked to some OEM people in the industry that know of the panel, so it's certainly getting out there, and it's nice to see. So I'm going to jump right in here, and I believe this is our 6th discussion, and the majority of our discussion has revolved around recruiting technicians. We've talked a little bit about retention, and it always comes up with the recruiting conversation because obviously, they kind of go hand in hand. If you're not keeping the ones you have, you're in a constant cycle of recruiting anyway. But I want to go a little deeper on the retention side today, and I want to focus on what we are doing, what we can do to help groom technicians, bring them along in their career path. With the overarching idea being that as we're encouraging and assisting these individuals in their career development and personal development, it should lead ideally to them spending their entire careers with us, feeling a sense of community, of family, of devotion, and being a part of something bigger than themselves. And like I said, kind of ending that never-ending cycle of recruiting, or at least lessening the never-ending cycle of recruiting. I want to start with you, Robert. Robert Stage, sorry. We spoke before the show, and you brought up a couple good points. First one was in regard to onboarding, and the second one was in regard to MPI training. Obviously, a lot within both of those. So I want to explore both. The onboarding I've mentioned a couple times to you guys. I think we could do an entire panel about onboarding because, frankly, I think it ties into training, and that's when it all starts, right? That first day, those first weeks, the first month, everything that happens there probably sets the stage for whether or not this is going to be a long-term employee or not. I would like to touch on that a little bit, and then I definitely want to go into the MPI training, but I'm going to kind of turn it over to you. And I'm assuming that the MPI training ties into that anyway. I'm sure that's something that, in those first few days, weeks, et cetera, of someone joining your team, that's something that you're instilling in them. What does onboarding and training look like for your guys?
I think the best way to really describe it would be to kind of go with a little bit of anecdotal evidence. I worked at about 7 different shops in the aftermarket for about 18 years. And once I made it to the dealership, they did it completely different than everyone else had ever done. There was plenty of times where you were thrown to the wolves and you didn't know where to go, what to do, any of that kind of stuff. But when I went to a Volkswagen dealership, they were really big on making sure that you're onboarded and you really stayed with another technician, a lead tech, for about a month. And wow. I was shown well enough that I was able to run my team, another team. So they made me team lead. And then when we negotiated for me to come into that dealership, they literally sat down with me and they had a career path for me. And I think that's something that a lot of places do not look into. They don't set up their guys for any type of success down the road. And they really set me up for a really great time at that dealership. And training was automatic. I was automatically entered into it once I showed 2 weeks or so of competence and, that I could be trusted. And they had already made the decision to put me as a team lead. And once they'd done that, I'd never had an experience like that. And I think that's what dealerships miss quite a bit. And even in the aftermarket shops, it's no different. It's actually worse, I would say, because that was the only place that right out of the gate, they set me up with automotive training. They set me up to go and do diagnosis and documentation, which of course is huge with your warranty and your policy. If you have to do anything to policy, it's huge that you put down exactly what you've done to that customer's vehicle. So I think that the training point that you brought up is probably a little bit better for us to even dive into, because I felt like at that dealership, they had me set up for absolute success. I could go anywhere I wanted to. My career path was going into service writing because I wanted to be a service manager at a dealership. You can't make it to management until you're a service, lane manager or you're a service writer. So, and they did all that for me. They kept their word. And of course that built trust. And when they keep their word and they build trust, it turned out great for me. So I think that's probably the best way to really describe what should happen in the onboarding and in also the picking up of the technician and, really hitting the ground running with somebody.
Right. Yeah. And I appreciate the overview. Like I said, obviously we like to get to everybody and we could go way in depth on both of those topics. And I'm sure we'll dig in a little deeper in the future. But I think you hit on, 2 things that should be the general theme for any new hire. And really, regardless of what skill level you bring them on at, that show them, here's how it's going to happen. Here's what you have in front of you. Right. Here's the potential. Here's what you can do. And then allow them the freedom to grow and give them the tools to assist them and the support so that they can go ahead and hit those markers and grow as you grow. Right. So it's nice to hear. I appreciate it. Thanks for sharing.
Yep, absolutely.
Robert Migliaccio, I want to come to you next because, you had mentioned to me that unfortunately, and Robert hit on a little bit, and, I don't think it really matters whether it's on the retail side, the aftermarket side. There's always going to be places that do it right, and there's going to be places that have some room for improvement. And you've mentioned in your experiences that you've had techs come to you, and even top level techs that are maybe an entry level certification with you being at Chrysler, a level 1 certification, and they were denied the opportunity for ongoing training because of I guess you call it the logistics of it. Of hey, we can't have you away from the shop. That's going to cost us money, which obviously we see is extremely short sighted. What's I guess instead of just blaming and pointing fingers, what's a way we can kind of overcome that? Because it's that's real. There's going to have to be a rotation. Somebody's got to pick up the slack there. The show goes on. But obviously, if you're not empowering those people and turning them into, extremely high income earners and productive techs in your shop, you're just treading water the whole time.
No, I agree. And that's kind of why I brought it up. And, it's never been a view or a position that I see myself in personally, but it's been conversations from working at different facilities and different manufacturers and different brands. The culture that's within the shop and what the ownership may bring down or what previous management had in place and things like that kind of deny the growth of an employee over the fact that the dollar and the bottom line for the then and now is more important than the future aspect of what you're looking to build and bridge together with continued training with your technician. And ultimately, I mean, the big part of it and what I see needs to be done is we have to look to the future in that, and we have to look at the fact that if we're hindering their growth, what care are we showing for them as a company, as a manager, as a department, if we're not willing to invest in them the way they're trying to invest in themselves with their learning and their teaching. So that's
I mean, if you don't invest in them, somebody else is going to. They're going to find someone who's willing to invest in them. So you're not really helping yourself at all. I mean, yeah, right. Any number of the people on this panel.
Exactly.
It's interesting. And the other thing I hear, and we hear this on the variable side as well, I don't want to train them up for them to leave me. So you lead from this fear mindset of, well, I can't give them this training, this and this, and then they're just more valuable, and then they're going to start shopping me, and they're going to start looking. It's like, you need to think more of, what if I don't? What if I don't develop these people? What is my shop going to look like if I just got a bunch of level 1 technicians running around, and the amount of money that you're going to lose there? And I come back to keep saying it's largely a short-sighted endeavor, and it's not going to get you anywhere in the long run.
It is, and you're only going to set yourself up. I mean, you can't have one person who knows everything and the rest of the place not know anything at all, because you're just going to find out at the end of when you're burning at both sides, you're going to come to an end eventually, instead of having a strong team that you're growing, producing, and trying to put forth.
Yeah.
Something that we've probably all heard it, and something I was kind of taught was, you teach them to replace you, but you treat them to stay. So that way, you always have your replacement in your hip pocket, but you built up a team that's willing to step up and do the right thing all the time and knows what to do. And you don't have to question it. You don't have to micromanage. You don't have to, babysit everybody in the shop. You can go out there, look around, see what everybody's doing, and actually invest in the person themselves more than just what they're physically working on. So
right, dead on. And other guys pick up on that too. They see that, and no one technician should be the end all be all to your shop. They shouldn't be more valuable than the whole in the process. And you never want to be in a situation where, man, if we lose this guy, we're really screwed. We're really in trouble. And, we talk about investing in guys. In Chrysler, I see it a lot because I always hear they got to be level 1. They got to be level 1. Do you find it more valuable to get somebody to that first certification, or is it better, to continue progressing or working with the techs that you already have that are at least at a base level certification?
Yeah, we've gotten pretty aggressive with it, especially on the Chrysler side, just in what we need to for warranty purposes. So we have a very, very aggressive on paper handed out to the technician when they're hired that reviews and recaps exactly their earnings potential for completing and advancing through their certifications. And as funny as we talked about it in previous months, and we didn't have it on paper for the technician. The day we produced it all on paper, put it in front of them on paper, by the end of the week, I was given about 4 raises. It was quite impressive once you put it on paper. So it changed the whole concept. So we kind of changed our view on how we go about handing it out ourselves and sit them down, show them on paper exactly where they can be. Right. And we're big on apprentice technicians and apprentice teachers with our master tech. So there's even a cycle in there for them to become a leader of an apprentice and what that can do for them and what they can grow into. So
right, it's crazy how that works, right? Saying it 20 times to one person often isn't as effective as just putting a piece of paper right underneath their nose and be like, "Here you go, here it is. This is what we're doing." It just it hits differently. So, all right, beautiful. Thanks, I appreciate you sharing. Marco, I'm coming to you next, and I'm coming to you because you're our tech, right? So I like to inject you right in the middle of the conversation here and get your point of view on this. And I'm not sure we've ever really dove into this. What have been your experiences as far as training while employed by a dealership?
First of all, let's start with a conversation between management. What if we train them and they leave? What if we don't train them and they stay? It's a double-edged sword, but also you have to hold in mind you cannot make a great meal with one ingredient. Training it's two-faceted. You got your standard mandatory training from the OEM that has to be done, like Mercedes-Benz has the standards of excellence, Jaguar Land Rover has their excellence training, and then you got the selective trainings. When I worked for Mercedes, I had a pretty broad spectrum of trainings that I could select from the list and get over to my training superior, and he would approve or deny, depending on how busy we were at that time of year. But training is crucial. You cannot skip that step. However, you can't keep training just one guy or even two. Keep training them and training them and training them so they know it all and they have all these certifications and credentials that work for your shop, because your OEM looks at that, as we all know. And then don't hand it back over to them. Don't you no compensation, no appreciation. And it goes so much further. Like Sean and I have talked about this plenty of times. It's not all just about the money. It really isn't. But if you want to have guys that stay in your store, like Robert was saying, put it on a piece of paper. Give them the path. Show it black on white. Stand behind what you do. When your most loyal people start getting quiet, and I'm sure that all of you have seen this happening in stores, you're too late. And here's where Tully is going to come in with culture. It is very important that training is part of your culture. It shows that you as a dealership are willing to spend money on me for me to gain knowledge. And yes, I can take that knowledge somewhere else. But if you treat me right, if you respect me, if I get compensated, not just financially, why would I? And this is where a lot of dealerships completely miss the mark.
Right. Well, and let's go to the worst case scenario, and they do leave. You'd like to think there's still a level of respect there, and you'd like to think they leave on good terms. And hey, this is a ridiculous opportunity. I can't pass it up, or I'm moving closer to my family, or something like that. You know, techs talk to each other, and it's gonna benefit you in the long term. People are gonna talk. They're gonna know that you do things the right way, and you're probably not going to be without that level of technician for very long.
What is your best advertisement, Joe? It's word to mouth.
Referrals. Right? Yeah. I mean, everyone always asks me, like, what do you do for marketing? I'm like, man, not much. just do our job the best we can. And then it just kind of comes back to you.
If your resident technicians, positive, and you can just see, if you walk into a store, you can just see, like, talk about onboarding. When I started at Naples Luxury Imports, the shop foreman took me by everyone and introduced me to the fellow technicians, parts personnel. That's a great part of onboarding. So you're not thrown to the wolves, right? Yeah. But you can pick up an air that everybody is positive about their work environment, about management. And that is a great, great recruiting tool.
You bet. You bet. All right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Tully, I'm picking it up to you because you look like you're about to explode. So I got to let you just unleash.
Well, you know, I think the whole thing is there a plan in place? So you have two kinds of shops. You have an old-time shop, an old dealership that has all top-tier techs and no beginners. And what happens when they start retiring or deciding that my bones are getting too old, I'm doing something else? Your shop is not there. Or you have a young shop and everybody's young and nobody's growing. That is not the way we have to run a business. But I feel the way we want to keep technicians is you have to value that person as a person. Is it a tech? Is it a porter? Is it a detailer? Is it a salesperson? Everybody should be treated the same. But when it comes to technicians, is we want to talk about the pathway, is how often are you going over with that path? Every month. When we talk about a performance review, everybody says, oh my God, the performance review. It's a negative. No, a performance review is a positive. How many hours did you sell today? Mr. Foreman, you sold 452 hours times $55 is a huge amount of money. How is your recommendations? How are the recommendations on every car? How is your training standards? How can we make you more money for you and your family? Are you talking to your techs every month? Are you putting the piece of paper in front of them every month? Are you talking about the culture of making them better? richer, and go home tired. That's the key. Rich and tired. Rich and tired.
He stole. Whose line is that? Whose line is that?
That's my line, my friend.
That's line. All right, that's yours. I got lost in our conversation. I thought that was Marco's line. That's beautiful. And you know, you hit on something big there. Something we talk about internally is inspect what you expect. So to continuously put the path in front of them and do a progress report together. And it's not a you're not doing enough. It's, hey, we were supposed to be here. We're not there yet. What can we do to get you there?
100%. I mean, and if we have a person that's struggling, you know, the foreman's going to come in. What can we do? Are we giving you the wrong ticket? Have you signed up for training? Well, you know, I don't want to do that. Then there we go. I mean, there's always a reason why, right? Or they're having a personal issue. Our goal is you need to know your technicians as any employee. You have to show them what they can do. You show them the path. Get your cell phone out, bro. Get your cell phone out. Let's get to the calculator section. Let me show you what we can do for you if you do this for us. How are you doing in all these other great metrics? You're green. Your training's great. These are wins. These are great conversations that you have not yearly, not bi-yearly, not quarterly, monthly. Monthly is the key.
I like it. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Mike Weldon, I'm going to come down to you, sir. And obviously, you guys work with a number of brands down there. What's kind of your method, the way you guys balance that tricky aspect of, you know, the wheels keep turning in the shop, but I got guys that have goals and need to work their way through factory certs, and we can run a more effective shop as well. How do you guys navigate it?
Well, the first thing you have to realize is that for years we've done it all wrong. We didn't treat our technicians as assets. We didn't treat them as really part of the family. So we're kind of catching up, so to speak. And being a tech at one time myself, I kind of realized what was happening. And yeah, I could have walked away from the industry, but I decided to stay in it and build it better. And making sure that we treat our technicians with respect. We treat them as family. We get to know them. We get excited when they buy a house. We get excited when they have kids. And so we put them on a career path. When I hire valets in the store, that's a starting position. That's not where you're going to end up. And if that's where you end up, I'm really not interested in hiring you. I want you to advance in the area that you want. Doesn't mean you have to be a tech, but look at all the different opportunities that we have in the automotive industry in which you can go. You can end up being a salesperson if you want. You can be an administrative person. You can do so many things. But when you're developing technicians, you get them to understand the basis of the business. You get them to feel good about themselves. You get them to feel good about being part of a system, and then you advance them. And we developed years back a 4-tier process. We make sure that everybody understands what that is coming in. We do reviews with everybody. We advance them. We sit down with them. I did a review with a technician yesterday that one of the managers that had moved on had made commitments and didn't stick by it. So naturally, we had some work to do to get this guy back on the path. But by the time we were done, he was in a good place. The only thing he said, the reason why I came to you is because of the training. Because I was working in the independents and they weren't offering anything. So the training is huge, and we're going to have to invest. And all I can say to anybody who's watching this, when you do your forecasting for the next year, is factor in what you plan on forecasting for training so that it's not a shock when you go and say, hey, I got to go spend this amount of money. It's part of business.
Yeah.
And I tell you, when the guy comes back, I just sent, Tully knows, I just sent a guy to an advanced training process through Volkswagen where it's a 2-week course. The guy comes back, he's all jazzed, he's excited. His production goes up. He's already a productive tech, but he's really excited now. I invested in him. And the other thing is the guy says, I'm next. And everybody wants on the line. I'm excited to do that.
Beautiful.
And OEM training is expensive. You look at the PTAP program, $30,000.
Yes.
You know, it's well worth it. I mean, $30,000, God, that's a lot of money. No, it ain't. It's cheap. It's a bargain for us.
It pays dividends.
I bet that's an investment, right? Absolutely. And Mike, I appreciate your honesty there. And you said something that really hit me. And you know, I think we're an honest group, and what we're trying to do here, like yourself were trying to do as you moved from a technician into a more, management leadership role, is affect some change here. And the fact of the matter, like you said, is that it hasn't been good for years, and we're kind of still in a healing process, right? And we hear it and we feel it when we talk to technicians. There's still a significant level of distrust that you have to overcome before you can start moving forward. And it's nice to at least recognize that. And I think a lot of technicians probably appreciate hearing that. And in your conversations with them, when you're looking to bring someone on, you find a way to kind of start the healing process and acknowledge it and say, hey, look, I understand you've probably not had this opportunity before. This is it right here. This is real. We're doing it the right way from now on. And when you really spell it out for them, I think it starts everything on the right foot, and you start trying to move forward. I appreciate it, sir. Thanks for sharing. Sean, I'm coming to you last. I obviously, I mentioned your new position, a pretty significant undertaking when you're starting somewhere new. And obviously you're not new at this. You've been doing this for a while, and you're going to bring a certain level of experience and expertise to the position. And I'd assume be given a certain level of freedom. You don't have to, go over the full plan here, but where's your line of thinking here as you come into this new role?
Well, I think it starts back, you go back 2 panels ago when Marco said, a technician makes his mind up in the first 30 minutes whether he's going to stay at that store or not. Listen, he can stay for the guarantee. He knows that guarantee 30, 60, 90 days. He's gone. He knows that. And that goes back to where I know Robert, Robert does some tech college recruiting like I do. Guys, the tech recruiting and the tech training and the career path starts there. Yeah, okay, we're going to hire you at 15, 16, 18 bucks an hour. But here's what a career path looks like, and here's how you make a 6-figure income. The career path almost takes care of itself. Because as they go along, they see if they do their levels. We'll go back to Chrysler just because that's where Robert's sitting in front of. Level 0, here's what you get. Level 1, here's where you get. By the way, those are all online. You can do those over a weekend.
Yeah.
And listen, you can already make $22, $23 an hour. Because by the way, you talked about somebody made a comment that training is expensive. How is it expensive? How can they fix? How can any technician fix a vehicle they don't know? It's not real. You can't do it. You'll never do it. And I've taken a lot. Listen, I know this panel's for everybody out in the real world. I've taken a ton from this panel, and everybody knows that. Robert and Marco and I talk a lot too. And we all know that Tully and I have a great relationship. And Joe, I've used your services, and I'll continue to use your services. No matter how bad you think recruiting Wisconsin is, Joe, you're still going to be around.
I didn't say bad. I think you've had it a little easier down in Florida. Let's put it that way.
Okay, it's a culture change, but that's okay. But guys, you can't expect, and again, I'll say previous management. I won't throw anybody under the bus. I took over a store once that had 1 technician master certified, 1, and they were throwing all the ROs in his name. Yeah. Guys, the OEM is smarter than us. They came in. It's called tech ID swapping, by the way. And I had a relationship with an OEM, and I called the guy and said, "Hey, what's this going to look like?" He goes, "Hang on, because this is going to hurt." Because they knew what they wanted. This guy wasn't doing 85 ROs in a day. They knew what they were doing. And guess what? Once you got everybody certified, those that wanted to be certified, those that wanted to go to level 3, those that wanted to be master techs, once you got them there, it all smoothed out, and the store never made more money, ever. You don't save money by saving money on training, ever. Not one time.
Right. Yeah. Beautiful. And it is an investment. Like I said, I mean, there's no way you're going to get to the level that you want to get to without spending some time and spending some money on these types of candidates. So I appreciate all you guys sharing. I'm waiting. Ted usually signs us off here. I'm waiting for Ted to pop into our screen and give us the heave ho. There he is.
Hey, Joe, I'm just.
I mean, we can keep going if you want us to. I mean, we could run this thing for an hour, but.
Hey, so I got to ask Sean. You've started this new position, huge position, ownership. Congratulations to you at the new dealer group. What are you looking for now when you go in? You're looking at your shops. You're looking at your technicians. What's on your radar as you start off here?
Back, you know what, Ted, and good question. Back to the basics. Everything's back to the basics. And again, whether, Robert's on his own and Robert does his independent and Tully's in a group and Mike and Robert all in groups. It's back to the basics. It's back to the fundamentals. It's back to where are we at, where are we going? And it's shocking, whether it's in Wisconsin or Florida, it's shocking to know that there are no career paths out there. And when you talk to the technicians and you actually get to know their names and you say, listen, here's where we're going, and they buy into it. We used to call it drinking the Kool-Aid. And my old owner, we all know, used to call it drinking the cooler. Once you get them drinking the Kool-Aid, guys, it just everything falls into place, and the money, literally, the register starts filling itself.
Right.
And
so you're tasked with that. I know Marco has talked about that as being the culture of the store and being able to share that.
You cannot use that word enough. And we talked earlier on the panel, guys, word of mouth, and I give Joe a hard time about recruiting. Guys, word of mouth is the key. If the dealership has a bad reputation with the technicians, when they go to school, go to one of the OEM schools and listen to them talk trash about their stores. Right. Listen, that's the avenue. That's the opportunity right there.
And I love that you mentioned go back to basics, because we always use culture and you think it's big, grandiose. Yes. We joke around about the posters in the wall. I know, Mike, we talked about, not your poster because you guys live it, but it really is more about what's going on day to day at the dealership and the fundamentals, like you said. And I think especially with technicians, Marco, you can attest to this. You guys all as leaders of technicians can attest to this. If they don't feel like you know what you're talking about and you're pointing them in the right direction and instilling those fundamentals and following up on those fundamentals, guys are screwing around and they're slowing me down. That's how word gets out, and that's how the culture gets damaged more often.
Well, he's going back to the basics. He's going back to the hours, my good friend. Get right. The hours in.
Hey, Sean, the only thing you have to remember, Sean, go back to the basics. Always ask yourself, what would Marco do?
Everyone's gonna have a catchphrase here by the time we're done.
I see the panel now. What would Marco do?
I'm already writing it down. I'm going to look up the trademark.
Hey, we have Tully buttons. We need a Marco band. What would Marco do?
What would Marco do? Joe, I like that.
I like it.
The buttons, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a whole show by itself. Wow.
Joe, he's going to give us a run for the money, I tell you. Joe, you work with these leaders. I have learned so much, Joe, from the best that you brought out of the people on this panel over many, many months. And you're right. A lot of people watch this. Joe, when you go in at Automax and work with the dealership, it's likely not an overnight success with what they task you with. Just take us through the process a little bit, if you don't mind.
Yeah, we do. We look at tech recruiting as an ongoing venture, right? And we like to set that expectation up front. And in all of our technician campaigns run in 3-month increments, and knowing that it's going to take a while to build up a pipeline. We might have someone plug and play. We've been doing this for early 26 years here in a couple of weeks, actually. So we have a nice pipeline. We have a talent network. We know people, but it's a process. And we like to work with people that understand this is something that should always be happening. You should always be recruiting. There's mine, everybody. ABR, always be recruiting. You should always be looking for technicians, and you can always add more talent. You can always find, we've talked a lot, everybody's talked about the apprentices, and start them as a porter and see if they want to go into being a writer or go into be a technician. More often than not, you can always add one of those if you're looking for the right type of person instead of just trying to plug in a certification or plug in a resume. So those are the types of relationships that we like to sustain with our clients.
Our audience, if you'd like to know a little bit more about Automax, you could speak to anybody on this panel because they can tell you a whole lot about what Joe Lockhart has done for their business and for our industry. Joe, if our audience wants to reach directly out to you, I see an email at the bottom. What's the best way?
Yeah, we're all over the place. You can get me or get us on social media, or you can go to our website, automaxrecruitingandtraining.com. I can be reached on my cell phone at any time as well, 609-705-8646. Ted, I'm throwing something out there. We never do this. Now to the end of the year, 10% off all recruiting services if you mention the Fixed Ops Roundtable in the tech recruiting panel.
That's great.
Any mention of this panel gets you 10% off.
Nice plug.
Everything, yeah.
Nice
We don't usually do it.
Marco.
End of the year, we'll put it out there. It's our Christmas.
Does that include existing customers, Joe? Just want to know.
It includes everybody.
Yeah. All right, good to know.
Okay.
You guys are already discounted. You guys are down at cost. You don't get discounts.
There's this disclaimer right there, Sean.
That's it.
Nah, it gets everybody.
All right, Joe. I think I can see the email to Michelle right now with the graphic that we're going to use to promote that. So I love that. That's strong.
That's a good idea. Thank you.
I want to thank everybody tonight on the panel. Sir Tully Williams, it's all about the hours. Mike Weldon at Hensel Automotive Group. Thank you, Mike. Robert Stage at Stage One Mobile, turning our industry around with one at a time. Marco Zwanenburg. What would Marco do? I love the catchphrase. Sean Kingery and Robert Miggs, rising star at Carter Myers Automotive. And Joe Lockhart with the panel. Everyone, I want to wish you and your families a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Ted.
Thank you, Ted. Same to you.
You also, Ted.
On behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, everybody, thank you all for what you do for our industry. The Automax Technicians panel here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
I know.
It used to be that finding the right talent for your car dealership could get a little hairy. Maybe you were just looking in the wrong places. But now that's all changed. At Automax Recruiting and Training, we've helped recruit, screen, and place over 180,000 retail automotive professionals in every department. Along with our robust in-person training programs, with Automax, you'll be pushing the hire button in no time. Automax Recruiting and Training. Any other retail automotive talent search is positively primitive.
What a pleasure day 2 of Dare to Dream was. And the chat was rocking. The Fixed Ops Roundtable sure does have the best ladies and gentlemen in all of the automotive industry. Don't forget to pull out your phones and vote for our Best Practice Awards that will be announced at the end of the show. Thank you for joining us today, and stay tuned for day 3 of this impactful event. And don't forget your masks.